12th of March. I will ask Member Jane Hindle to open us with our karakia, please.
Nei noi tata. Whakataka te hau ki uru, whakataka te hau ki tonga, kia mā kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tā. E hi ake te atakura, e tio, e kuka, e hauku, tige muri.
Right, moving into apologies. I have quite a bit of sickness around at the moment. I have apologies from Roddy Hapiti Pihema, Paulie Atama and Joe Alexander. I will move. Do I have a second? Thank you, Tyler. Conflicts of interest. I have two conflicts. Co-Deputy Chair Tyler Bamber, he's employed here at this amazing facility at the Turner Centre, and they have two applications on our agenda today. Item in 7.7, our funding applications. A, item Arts XL Trust on page 69, and C, Community Kapahaka classes and concert on page 90. So he will not be voting on those. If there is anything, however, that I feel he could contribute to the discussion or answer any questions that we may have, I may ask him to do so. He is conflicted because he's employed here. So, moving on, we actually have our mayor here today. We'll go to Kenya. Welcome. I will just go around the table and introduce. There's a number of staff and elected members in the room today, so just for the members and those watching online, we'll go around and start with Memoko and introduce ourselves.
Kia ora pane. Thank you, Madam Chair. I am delighted to be here at your community board today. Ko moko tipani atu.
Morena tātou mai whare, kai te kaiari kaipapa Māori no te wari o te wharangi tai atu ki whamaero. Kia ora tātou.
Tēnā koutou, Arohanui Alan, your Māori War Councillor.
Kia ora koutou, ko Dane Te Ingoa, Dane Hawker, and I'm the Kirikiri Whangaroa representative on the board.
Tēnā tātou katoa, ko Jane Hindle toko ingoa. I'm the representative for Colorado to Russell and Opua and the whole Rāpiti Peninsula.
Morena tātou, Tyler Bamber, I'm the Waipapa representative on the board and the deputy chair.
Belinda Ward, your chair for the day, and I represent the Pahi Waitangi subdivision area.
Morena, I'm Natasha Romandic and I am the Democracy Advisor.
Morena tātou, ko Hilary Samtiraho. I'm the Group Manager of Delivery and Operations at District Council.
Kia ora koutou katoa. Ko Stephen Tukunga, I'm with the Community Board as the coordinator. Morena.
Tēnā koe, kia mene koutou nā mema te kōri nei, te tātou nei kahika, koutou nā mema o tēnei rohe o kirikiri. Koutou hoki ki murira o Ngāti Rehia, tēnei te mihi atamare, Aaron Taikato, Manu Hautu o Te Pono General Manager Tuku. Kia ora.
Kia ora tātou. Catherine Sherwin, I'm the funding advisor here at Farnell District Council, which is our many of you know. And we have a few people hiding in the second row there.
Go on screen, we have Councillor Stratford there. Morena Kelly.
Morena, ko Kelly Stratford toko ingoa, watching, listening.
Good to see you. And in our audience, I think we have some staff hiding there somewhere. Yep. Welcome. Jenna Koto, I'm Robin Wilson.
I'm the facilities leading for facilities.
Nice to have you all here. Right, with that, we'll move straight into our public forum session. And first up, I actually have a what a deputation from our mayor, Moko Tapania, is going to address us. So the floor is yours. You can stand on our invisible spot on the floor, or you can stay seated.
Kia ora tātou. It really is a privilege to come along to your community board today to give a deputation from the Office of the Mayor. I've been reflecting on the last term as Mayor and the kōrero around wanting to empower our community boards and get better connection with council. And so I thought, what better way than for me to come to you rather than expecting you to come to us in council at our headquarters in Paikuri. So this is my third deputation this week, and it has been awesome to go to Awanui for Te Hikus on Tuesday, and yesterday in Chambers for Kaikohe and save the best for last. I'm here in Bay of Island. I'm here in Bay of Island, I love you all.
That's on camera, right?
That is on camera, although just no. My deputation today, I'm just going to give a few quick updates on mahi that I've been doing for us. So touch on some of the kaupapa that have been going through the Northern Mural Forum. Also look at kaupapa coming up for our local government New Zealand Zone 1 meeting. Have a bit of a kōrero about community board accords and our steps to get to formally signed off community board accords between our community boards and council, give a bit of an update on dog control, and then I've got a few other general updates as well. For the Northern Mural Forum, so we've been overseeing some of these kaupapa were just on the agenda of our meeting last Monday, I think it was. So Northern Water done well is progressing. That is us, Whangare and Kaipara looking to establish a council-controlled organisation that will take over our water and wastewater services. We've got a check-in point, commitment point coming up to our April meeting where we will sign off the Constitution and the shareholders agreement. And so that will come to April. We've also been overseeing resources management reform. As you know, under the proposal, or you may not know, under the proposal, the government is looking for us to go from district plans to a single regional plan that will have a final district chapter within that. We are looking at using the model for Northern Water done well for what this looks like. So the proposal is to establish a joint working group over that. That paper will come up to council in April as well. On local government reform, I've had a couple of meetings with the Minister of Local Government with our other Mural Forum colleagues, knowing that the Simplifying Local Government proposal came out and submissions closed in February. The Minister is keen to look at what bespoke legislation could look like for Northland if we are already willing to work together and to collaborate. As you know, we're very lucky up here in Northland to be on the other side of Auckland. So we love Aucklanders coming up here to spend their money at venues such as this, but we're all Northlanders, not Aucklanders, eh? So that means we've got a really strong regional identity over some of the other regions in this country. So some of the other regions are going to be, like fighting tooth and nail when it comes to what regional reorganisation looks like in boundaries. Because we have signalled to the Minister that we are already working well together and are keen to lead out what this looks like with our communities, he is willing to offer us in two other regions our own bespoke pieces of legislation so that we don't just have to do what everyone else has to do under that legislation. Part of us doing the work to get there, though, is setting up an elected members steering group of all of the councils so we can guide what that looks like. And it's not about deciding what the end point should be, but about what is the best structure for how we do our local government services across our region. A lot of people will jump straight to that means amalgamations, but that's not the case, and it might not be the case. It might be. Until we get there, we don't actually know. So that proposal will come up to council's meeting in April. We will have representatives on there, and I'm going to make sure that within that proposal we have community board representation there. We're the only council in this region that have community boards. We also had a paper go up to Mural Forum to look at regional collaboration for dog control and the advocacy required to get changes to the 30-year-old Dog Control Act, but I'll touch on that on its own slide. Our LGNZ Zone 1, so we're members of Local Government New Zealand alongside 74 other councils in this country. We are hosting the next zone meeting next Thursday in Kaipuhe. In the past, for some reason, community board members, and maybe it's because another council was the host and would send out invitations, should get missed off half the time, and I'll be chasing people up to try and make sure you're on here. You're all invited. If you're available, please come along. To those who are Zone 1 members as well. We'll be in
Zone 1, sorry. Yeah.
So we're going to be going over remits process at this meeting. We'll get a strategic focus update from the organisation post-elections. We'll also have updates from National Council. Our representative for Zone 1 is Nia Kim Cooper and Whangare. Te Maruata, our representative for Aotearoa is Councillor Arama Morunga, and our Young Elected Members update, and our representative is Councillor Felicity Boyd. And then our CBEC Zone 1 rep, because we're the only council with community boards for the Community Board Executive Committee, is Linda Hindle. So we actually haven't formalised that. We didn't formalise that at our last zone meeting, so we'll probably be formalising that at our zone meeting next week, but I'm still in discussions with Local Government New Zealand. So looking. Community Board Accords. Here is an excerpt from Better Together, a framework for councils and community boards by our previous Trainium's CBEC committee. And what is it proposing? It's proposing, it's a guide for best practice for council and community board relationships, and then it gives a set of models on what that could actually look like. So model 1 is voice and advice. Model 2, voice, advice and delivery. Model 3, voice, advice, delivery and leadership. I liken the different models in the last community board meetings to like a vacuum salesman comes along and he's like, want to buy a vacuum? Yes, that's a great vacuum. Would you like to buy the attachments that go with it? Yes, you would like to. Would you like the extra attachments, which means you can like vacuum up wet spills as well? And you say yes. So we're going to be using this framework as our guide on our journey to get to community board, and I'm very excited by it. How do we do that? There's a few questions that we need to reflect on as council, as community boards, with our communities. So we'll be looking to workshop what this actually looks like at community board level, at council level, and all together. And Democracy Services will be setting times, and we'll likely send out surveys so that you can let out all of your fuha and reflections in a survey. And then from that, we'll get all the koha that will form our community board accords. And when we come together, we're going to come together and go, what do you need from us? What do we need from you? How do we work better together to serve our community? So I'm very excited for community board accords, and I think that it will be a real model for transformative change. Dog control update. So we've had that paper go through the mural forum. Of course, we've had tragedy in our hoki very recently with the death in Kaihu, in Kaipara District Council. We're no strangers to that. My first year in the mural team, we had the death in Runaruna and Kianga. What do we do about this? We've got a dog control act that is 30 years old. Auckland Council not willing to do certain things, and their legal team's bigger than our entire council. So if they're nervous, I'm nervous about the tools that aren't fit for purpose in that act. So we are going to be collaborating with our other councils to advocate for functional changes to the Dog Control Acts to give our wonderful staff the powers that they need to keep people safe and to look after the beautiful 8,000 registered, 10,000 on record, likely 50,000 query that we have in the farm. We also have upcoming a dog control bylaw review this year. It will be workshop, I believe, next week, and that will be led by Councillor Kelly Stratford and Councillor Anne Courts to keep our committee for strategy, policy and regulation. Now, I missed the last time this happened just before I got into council, but from what I heard, it is a big kaupapa for our communities, and it's the way that we can understand what the communities need, what legislation can allow us to do our mahi, and then what rules we are going to agree on as a district together with our communities is that we will expect everyone to follow. We also had at our council meeting last week a community petition from 400 residents in Kaipara Township. We will have a report back to council in April on some meaningful steps that we can do to implement changes if required. We also have an education program that will be getting up and running. But what more? This is one of those ones. I do not want to be a mayor that has to experience more tragedy in this wiki because of dogs, and what tools do we have and do we need? And a part of it is actually from the petition that we heard was communication with our communities. So Ahipara residents weren't aware that we're sending AMOs out there like twice daily. So to check animal management officers, sorry, twice daily to check there. So we're going to establish a mayoral task force for dog control so that we can actually sit down with our communities and say, hey, what do you need more from us? What tools do you need? Because we've got thousands of responsible dog owners in this district. And then we've got a few that aren't. So what tools do we need? What changes do we need in your community so that you don't have to walk around your community with a stick or worry that you're going to get bitten by a roaming dog? Possible pilot communities, just based off from what I've seen and felt, is Ahipara in response to that petition, Moerewa here, and yesterday at Kaikoura County Community Board, they've been approached for a pilot community as well, and it will be led out of the Office of the Mayor in collaboration with building communities. So we're very much looking forward to seeing some practical changes in that space. Just quick general updates. Comms, so we've got our lovely comms advisor, Mariana Jensen, that you've all met. We're really keen to highlight the steps in the process for us with our communities to get to community board affords, and a part of that is a polite request that we come back to your next community board meetings to do some targeted comms around what community boards are, who you are, what you do, to help our community understand what that looks like, so that when we get to a cause, then they're going to be better understanding of what it means and what it means for them and the positive impacts that these accords will have in making us and our staff work better together and collaboratively. Mayor's Task Force for Jobs update. So Councillor Allen and myself are our Mayor's Task Force for Jobs representatives. We are a part of the Community Employment Program, which means we have a contract with the Ministry of Social Development and Mayor's Task Force for Jobs National Office to get money into our district to help get rangatahi who are unemployed into mahi. We have the third highest youth unemployment rate in the country, 1,057, I think it is. 16 to 24-year-olds are not in education, employment or training in the Far North District out of a total 16 to 24-year-old population of 8,000, which means that we've got 1 in 8 rangatahi not in mahi. Acknowledging that that is a significant number of rangatahi not in mahi, we've got funding from central government. Knowing that this is a central government service that they provide to NSD, the power of localism, the power of me going to have yarns with employers, with you having yarns with employers, means that we can help get them into mahi and also use funding, targeted funding, to say what are the barriers to me actually getting into a job and how can we help implement those. For this financial year, we had a target of 27 outcomes. We had 11 outcomes being rangatahi into mahi. We've got 11 still to go. So that's going well. We've just passed the mark that we get our next tranche of funding. A part of that is hosting employer appreciation and engagement hui. In the past term that was in Kaikoura, I'm making a bid that I actually come back to your community boards in April, and we host it maybe as a tag on or the next day or around that, so that you can be available to come along, to bring your employers, to meet the employers here, to learn more about the program as well. And another way that we can be better connected with the mahi we're doing in council, the mahi that you do day in, day out on the ground as community board members. A quick update on the Mayoral Disaster Relief Fund, following the January storms as well. We've had 4 tranches come through of applications. The applications close tomorrow. Please boost that back out with your communities. It is targeted for Bay of Islands and Whangaroa communities. From West Far North, there's Taimaro Bay, where I visited, all the way down to Maiotanga on our border with Whangarei. I told the other community boards that if you know of those who have been affected that are outside of your own community board area, please do get them to reach out. We have granted $80,000 at the top of my head in relief funding so far to communities, and very grateful to Red Cross who had come to the table with further funding for us to be able to give out. That does close tomorrow though, so please give it another boost out with your networks for those that are in need. And a lot of it is breaking down the stigma that community members have, that they don't feel like they deserve or need a handout when others are in need. If you are in need, we have a way that we can help you. So please do reach out. And the funding that we're using for this has all been reserve funding that we've received through donations from other councils, from central government, and then from Red Cross as well. So it's all funding that we've got specifically for this. And then finally, in the last term, we had final business and agency leader weekly calls. We're bringing that back this term with monthly Teams meetings. Your community board chairs are all invited to those. The first one is next week, I think. But what is a coalition of the willing? If you as a community board member are keen to jump in on those, then let us know and we'll send you the link. If you can come, you can come. If you can't, you can't. Our business association chairs or representatives come to those meetings. So do other agencies like MSD, ACC, Northland Bank, North Chamber, and it's just a way to what's top of mind, and you get to see a bit of a lay of the land across the district just in one hui. The first year we had those was like the first year that we as a district didn't have flashes for like our 20 Christmas parades and parties that all of our communities put on. Last year when we petered out, we had a lot of clashes, didn't we? So that's just one of the ways, it's a very shallow positive spin from what those meetings can achieve for us. And in closing, Akawhetai, thank you. Thank you for your attendance and participation in the State of the Final 2026. I believe staff will send an email out with a survey for formal feedback. If you attended or even if you just watched or if you have any ideas, please give that feedback in writing in there so we can make the next State of the Final 2027 even better, even bigger, even greater. And because our staff will have a bigger lead-in time a whole year rather than the last one, which was since the election until last month, you can all be on camera so that I don't have to do as much talking. You can do videos with our staff about kaupapa that you're very passionate about. And finally, thank you for your community board priorities that came through for the long-term plan. Part of that too, though, is that Northern Regional Council, in acknowledging the government has signalled that they are going to cease to exist in some way, shape or form, they're going through their long-term plan development. They've given an invitation to all of our councils to participate fully in the full workshopping of what that long-term plan looks like, knowing that that long-term plan will be inherited either by a whānau unitary, a Northern unitary, or whatever the next step of local government looks like. I think they said, like, we're keen to have 2 from each council, and I said, I've got community boards too, and so they probably need to be a part of it. If you are keen, let me know, because I'm just going to send all the names to them and say, take them all, they're all going to help. So that's it from me. Tēnā koe, Madam Chair. Tēnā koe.
Well, we've got you here. I'll just ask you if there's any questions for you. Thank you for that presentation. Just want to acknowledge we have our people here online there. Morena Chake, welcome to our meeting. I had one quick question in relation to the extra vacuum attachments, model 3. Just when we do deal with that, can we have, obviously there'll be some discussion around any remuneration that would be coming from that model, and that there's no budget currently for it, so that's my only question.
That will inform a huge part of what that actually looks like. We'll be seeking guidance from local government New Zealand as well to put up the framework, as they're keen for councils who are willing to explore what it looks like and put it into action. So I see it as being a collaborative approach with them, with the remuneration authority themselves. If it is Model 3, which means you have significant more delegations as community board members, and more responsibility that should be reflected in the remuneration that you receive as well. So that conversation will go two ways with the other stakeholders that we need to involve. It may be that if we were to go to Model 3 and decide what that looks like, it might not be that when we sign them in, say, June and hit go, it might be that we sign them, but it's a phased approach because it might take until LTP for us to line up all the ducks in a row, but at least we know they'll be lined up. So nothing's off the table.
Thank you for that. So now we will move on to, we actually have in our public forum, we will take Nadia, see you here, Nadia Lemon. Nadia's here to just speak to us on some Rotary, Bay of Islands, and the report that we actually have on page 35 of your agenda relating to the photo frame on the Paihia foreshore. Welcome, Nadia. I'm just going to actually bring this barley now.
Standing in the
I am strong, you know.
Can't use them all again.
That's better.
Going to give you a little handout. You have to share, unfortunately. Sorry. Sharing is scary.
So Nadia, you've got up to 5 minutes, so you may want to leave a minute or two for any questions.
Listen.
Good morning, Tata. Thank you very much for letting me have a couple of minutes. My name is Nadia Lehman. I'm the president of the Rotary Club of the Bay of Islands. This is my second year, so I'm hoping to be doing something right. I've been with Rotary about 8 years now, and I joined because I care for my community. I've been up in the Bay of Islands for 20 years, and I feel through Rotary I can help with projects and different aspects of the community. So we started this idea a few years ago, and I want you to have a think of all your photos you have in your phone. Sometimes if you have photo albums, and you have absolutely no idea when they were taken, or you're not sure, there's beautiful beach, there's blue sky, boats bobbing around in the background, and you really don't know where the photo was taken because it's that long ago, and you've got thousands of photos. So this photo frame is actually for everyone. It's not just for tourists, it's also for the locals. It's for when you have relatives or friends coming up and you want to take a group photo and you want to mark the occasion by putting yourself in front of this photo frame. It says Paihia on it, so you know exactly where it was. The materials blend in with where we're looking at putting it. And the railway sleepers are treated wood. The steel is weathered steel, so we are hoping it will look exactly like it is now in 10, 20, 30 years' time. It also blends in with the seating and the picnic tables already in the area. We've got a lot of the same people that have put those up, so it actually just has a natural flow. The spot where it is, it's there's nothing there. So you could sit on the grass, or there's actually a bench around within the framework. So you could take photos of either sitting or standing, and you could have 1 or 2 or 20 people around it. There's plenty of space there. We also foresee it as perhaps for your wedding photos or special occasion photos. There are other towns in New Zealand and the world. It's not a first thing where we have seen this, and they're usually very popular. And as I said, they they bring back to where the photo was taken. So we've we've talked to people. They're very they love the idea. For us, it's pretty special. It means that every photo that's taken there, and I will gladly sit there next to it if it's up, when it's up, and see how many photos are taken there every day. I will gladly do that consultation for you, because I envisage that there will be dozens of photos that are taken every day with people we want to. First of all, it's a nice frame. It's got a nice picture in the background, and it marks where you are. So it identifies the photo, it identifies the town, it identifies our communities, and it's putting her here in the frame, in the photo. So I'm happy to take any questions. We've got some photos there of what it looked like. It's already built. We're not asking for any funding. We're just asking for support. So yeah, any questions for me at all?
Sure, and I think you actually answered one of mine in the handout there, Kim, which was the measurements. I like to see the dimensions, even though I do know what it looks like.
Yeah.
It does pay to have dimensions, height, and pitches and things.
Yeah, and we've I've also put the plan there of the, or maybe not the concrete pad that it sits on as well. So it'll be a concrete pad, which makes it easier for mowing. And also when people are sitting there, if it's been raining, they don't get muddy, wet feet. So it's we've consulted with council as well as to help with the depth of the posts. So it's with us. Yeah.
Thank you. I just had two quick questions. One, it is made of recycled sleeper type material. It's not rough on your backside, is it? Like as in snagging.
We'll make sure that it is standard. Are you suggesting we need
splintery? I'm just asking.
We need to maybe put a cover on it so it's not splintery?
I haven't sit on it.
We can have a look at that.
The other thing is too, which has been a point of discussion, and thank you for meeting with me prior to this, because we did thrash out this design and location and what have you. The other thing to touch on for me would be the acknowledgement from Rotary on the plaque that you referred to in the report, the display of the small plaque, the dimensions of that in the design, because that would, I'm assuming, will be in line with our policy for memorial art in public places, which is like a small business-sized plaque that goes on the back of a park bench. And where will a placement be on this?
Yeah, I will probably be putting it at the back so that it's not going to be in your photo, but it's visible. Okay. We obviously do want to have some sort of acknowledgement on there.
Yes.
I know that I mentioned the bonus. As long as we've got a QR code and we've obviously got the Rotary wheel, as long as we can fit either one in that, so it can still be read.
So it will be on the seat again.
But we'll also put it, say, this is your bench side, we'll also have it on the back, but on the seat, or maybe on the legs, so it's not like in your face, but it's there.
No further questions. We'll move on. You're welcome to stay.
Yes,
today. Discussion around the item.
Yeah,
shouldn't be too long.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, moving on. We're going to have Tracy Dalton come to speak to us today about the Twin Coast Cycle Trail. We're going to get an update, but unfortunately she's not able to come today, so she will be at our next meeting. Next up, we have in public forum, I have Martin Dearly. Martin is from Russell, and he would like 5 minutes to speak to us in relation to motor caravans and Russell community groups.
Well, Miranda, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. My name is Martin O'Deely, and I've lived in New Zealand for over 50 years. I've been very lucky to come here, and I believe it's a great country. And my main concern is to make sure that we don't lose our standards. And remember that the small things count as well as the big things. I'm really here to present two questions to Council. Both of them are on some people might consider minor matters, but it's the minor matters that often get forgotten and standards get lowered. And this is my main concern, that we don't have that situation arising. I belong to the Motor Caravan Association. I'm not speaking for them, I'm just speaking for myself. But one of my main concerns has been the fact that we have no dump station in Kerry. Now, we haven't had a dump station here for 2 years, I think, over 2 years. And Northland depends on tourists and depends on people coming up here in motor caravans. And in fact, if you look at the number of dump stations available in the district, there are very few. And the loss of one is a serious matter. Now, if you're a motor caravaner, you need to get rid of your waste. And if there are no dump stations, what are your alternatives? You either go to a campsite and ask them politely if you can dump it there, or you resort to your own place if you live up here, or you dump it somewhere. And that's not good enough. So my question to your good selves is, what is happening about the dump station here in Kerry? Are we going to have it reviewed? And all of it. In addition to that, is there any chance of having more dump stations available to motor caravanners up here? They're not very expensive things to do, but they are really required. That's the first question. My second one concerns the Russell community. I moved there last May, and lovely place, lovely community, great community spirit. And there was, I understand, a democratically decided experiment to pedestrianize the Strand. And that involved calming the traffic in Cass Street and preventing vehicles going down the Strand to make the place more attractive to pedestrians and tourists. And that was all democratically decided and was done, I understand, I may have my facts wrong, but I understand it was done on an experimental basis. Shortly after I arrived in Russell, a group of people took it upon themselves to stop all that, took away all the council-directed traffic calming facilities and some traffic signs and so on, and virtually took the law into their own hands. My question to council is, what is your response? This was a challenge to your authority. It's a challenge to the people who democratically decided to try this experiment on a community basis. The law has been challenged. My question to the board and through the board, the council, what are you going to do about it? Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Martin. And I can assure you that both of those subjects that you have raised are not new to this board, and both are being worked on. We actually had a report on the proposal for a new kitty dump site. We've had it to 7 meetings, actually. And we are still investigating, council is still investigating an appropriate dump station site. But it's certainly, I'm not sure there's more than one, but there's definitely going to be a dump station in the future. Can't give you a date, but it is work in progress.
Thank you.
Likewise, will be the Cass Street and our placemaking project. We are pursuing the completion of that with the commence project.
Thank you.
Thank you for presenting to us. Okay, anybody else here to speak to us in public forum today? Any gripes, anything you'd like to get out on the table while you're here? This is your opportunity.
Everyone speaking.
Are you Vicky? Yes, you're Vicky. You're going to do a deputation to us now then, if there's nobody else to speak. So you can lead up. Vicky is from Russell Peninsula. She's going to, Russ was going to speak to us about the Russell Peninsula Habitat Ecological Restoration Strategy, and you have a presentation. Great.
You will see it. Okay, next slide, please.
And if you could speak up, Vicky, because we are live streaming, so people will be listening to you. Thank you very much.
Next slide, please. Okay, the purpose and the extent of the guide strategy, which is covered over by sign, is to guide the ongoing and future stages of native ecological communities, restoring native ecological communities and the native species on the 3,000 hectares that makes up Russell Peninsula. And we want to do this with the community, because obviously we can't otherwise. Next slide. So the tree there is a Kaikatea. It's actually in one of the scenic preserves that is a Whangaroa District Council administered reserve, although it's not on the website as such. The Russell Landcare Trust was established in 2001, and we were dealing with threats posed by invasive animal pests to native wildlife, removing invasive plants and restoring native vegetation. And the key goal then was reintroducing the endemic North Island weed. So the first 15 years we introduced the weka, undertook limited control of possums, rats and stoats, and organised some community planting days. In 2016 we upped the control of invasive predators of wildlife. Initially that was centred on the Whangaroa and Tiwahapu catchments, which include about 80 hectares of council reserves. Again, none of it's mentioned on your website, and their buffer zones. And we became one of 3 projects coordinated by Northern Regional Council, as one of the New Zealand-wide landscape scale predator-free 2050 projects, which is to eliminate possums, rats and stoats. Next slide, please. So this is where we've got to with the predator control. We have now 2 elimination zones where we're just dealing with random incursions in the north at Tāpeka and the larger Okiato, Tiwahapu, Arola Bay area. We're currently intensively involved in Tiki Tiki Oru and we'll wish to expand further east as resources become available. So as of March 2026, nearly 1,000 hectares are possum and rat free. And just to give an idea, this is about the same size of the Miramar Peninsula, which I think just last year announced they were possum and rat. So we're aiming for an area 3 times the size and maybe larger. Anyway, next slide, please. Okay, so there's our vision. Kokako are calling native plant and wildlife populations on the Russell Peninsula, along with the native habitats, are being restored. And I've just put the mission up there, which you can read. I think we should get on to the next slide once you've had a chance to look at that. Slide, please. I think one of the key things we need to distinguish is that in Russell Peninsula there is a lot of private land, and so we want to emphasise that any habitat restoration activity on private land, including plant, pest and animal control, occur only with landowner agreements. So at the moment we have a large number of landowner agreements for the invasive predators. Activities such as planting and species reintroductions, initially at least, are likely to focus on public lands and protected private land, such as community covenants. The Piparoa and Te Wahapu catchments were the first rat and possum elimination areas. And just to, again, put it in context, the FNDC reserves and the protected private lands there have been part of a 10-year Living Water Bay of Islands ecological restoration project, which has had limited resources in the last few years, but does have a management agreement with Farnborough District Council for managing those areas. And one of the things that we think provides a great opportunity is establishing corridors between some of the existing native forest blocks for a potential kaupapa reintroduction in the future. And you'll see more further along. Next one, please. So basically, we're looking at increasing the naturalness or the integrity of the peninsula's largely indigenous habitats. So we're looking at abundant native wildlife, including reintroducing some species that were there not so long ago, and reducing the impact of invasive animal species with their eventual eradication. And we would like to control, eradicate some other animal species where that's possible. And support and technology. Next slide, please. Now, problematic invasive plants. We have a lot of them on Russell, and it's not possible to remove them all, sadly. So we're looking at focusing on removing invasive plants from identified priority protected areas where we can, and either constrain further distribution or prevent new arrivals if we can. Now, obviously, that last part is in association with Northland Regional Council, because they have particular we're looking at planting ecologically appropriate native plant species in identified protected areas, and that includes bringing back some of the species that have retreated because of, for example, the impact of browsing invasive species. And also, we're obviously keen to protect the waterways and the wetland and the estuary environment by ensuring that stormwater, earthworks, sediment and these nutrients are appropriately managed. Next slide. So some of the wildlife outcomes we're looking at are bittern and Pārtiki, that's brown teal, populations increase in response to predator control and habitat enhancement. And we're looking at maintaining the kiwi population at a level exceeding 500 breeding pairs to sustain the genetic integrity. And it is possible that this is a genetically isolated taxon, so we've got to ensure it's long-term profits. We obviously want to have other native birds flourishing, and they are doing so in areas where we could remove those invasive predators. We're also wanting Kiruru. Now, they respond much more slowly to predator control because they also need the diverse species, which we have, but they are critical for spreading larger native seeds. And we're looking at increasing native wetlands birds, fern birds, both with the invasive predator control, but also habitat restoration. Okay, next slide. We haven't forgotten the invertebrates, but we need some more information. So we'll be looking more at what we've got. Looking at safeguarding seabird roosting sites and also determining where North Island dotterels are and making sure that they're protected as much as possible. And another thing is we're looking at is habitat enhancement and surveys for long-term bats. We know they were last seen into 1980s and we have some big habitat for them, but again we also need to do things that are what they are. So once we've removed possums, stoats and rats, the peninsula becomes suitable for the reintroduction of species that haven't been able to thrive. Kokako, they is an example of this. They need 2,000 hectares of continuous native forest and a good range of food species and very intensive pest control. And one of the things, or two of the things that we would need to do to help improve their chances would be planting several corridors to connect the existing forest patches because kokako only fly 100 metres. And the other is doing some enrichment planting with diverse native species joining existing forest areas. So this is just an indicative map. We're still working on fine-tuning this. But those are largely where some of the public lands are. So you can see that the peninsula runs around here. So you can see there is a lot of private land, but there are some big holdings and a lot of it is in something forest or regenerating. Next slide, please. Now that just gives the area. So we'll flip on to the last slide. So we're looking at how the community board might input. And just to note that much of the area for some of the initial work will be lands administered by Farnworth District Land Council and adjoining private lands. And I'm suggesting that we look at expanding the current agreement between Farnworth District Council and Living Waters Bay of Islands for the management of those areas, which also includes an arrangement for Russell Land to do the animal control. We would join the ecological restoration as part of Russell Land Trust and their agreement as well. So that would be the update of that agreement. Sometime we would like to talk about financial contributions. We're not asking about that today. And I've arranged for a copy of the draft overview of the restoration plan to be sent to all the community board members. And we would be interested in having feedback from the community board. And those comments, I've given my email address there, but Natasha has the details and use that. And
it's been circulated, Vicky, already.
Oh, that's good.
She's on to it, yeah.
Excellent. Are there any questions?
Take one question. You're actually out of time, Vicky, but thank you very much. It was really interesting to have an update always.
Hey, Vicky, what are the top 3 best ones you have over there?
Top 3? Oh, way more than 3.
Yeah.
We have, it depends on the area. We have moth plants in North around Russell. We have a lot of tobacco weed in places, which can spread into native forests and establish under native forests. We have ginger, which does the same. And I could list you.
What about Tom and Sherry? How's
That's bad. And what we've done is separate his plants into those that we want to keep out and we'll look for, and we'll let regional council know that they deal with those. We've got ones that we want to identify to try and remove as much as possible before they fully spread everywhere. Taiwan cherry is one of those plants that we want to try and see if we can get it from spreading further. And there are a number of other plants. And then there are some plants which are widespread now. Canthus is another one that's terrible because we've long roadsides with gravel. And try and make sure that that's controlled at least in priority areas, because we can't do everywhere for ones like that, but it's good.
Thank you, Vicky. And we know strangers to noxious plants and weeds in this border area. And we have Sir Rod Brown speaking to us soon, so you're welcome to stay and hear from him.
And there is a full, a very detailed version, which anyone who's curious, and it has a lot more detail on basic plants.
Thank you.
Email me.
And thank you for supplying that to circulate to us.
Yeah. And the comments preferably by the best match. Yeah, no, that's okay. We can work about that.
But definitely address it. Thank you. Right. Next up, we have, I'll just acknowledge Councillor Ancourt to the table.
Thank you. Apologies for lateness.
So next up, we are into our speakers for our funding applications. So first up, we have no strangers to us, Jackie Sanders and Leslie Lucas, marketing gurus in the Bay of Islands area, here to represent Sabre Northland on page 111. The additional information is on page 52. Welcome, ladies.
Thank you. We've got our props.
We've got your props first. Yeah.
Katoa, we're Jackie Sanders. We're Leslie Lucas.
Please speak up.
First of all, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. We're here to talk about Sabre Northland. Sabre Northland showcasing us as a culinary destination. Sabre Northland is an industry-driven regional initiative that supports hospitality, producers, tourism, and the visitor economy across Te Tautoko in a shoulder season. After 2 successful years supported by the Northland Inc. Regional Events Fund, Sabre Northland is now entering year 3 as a proven programme gaining momentum. Our 2025 results: 54 events across 46 venues, 3,382 attendees, 21 events sold out, and 2,253 Sabre Northland Challenge dishes. Importantly for this board, 75% of the participation was from the Bay of Islands district, particularly Paihia, Russell and Kerikeri. The audience insights: 79% local attendees, 22% visitors from outside Northland, 26% of those booked accommodation, and over half spent $100 plus per person. This demonstrates that Sabre Northland drives off-peak economic activity throughout October. So what's the focus for the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Board? Our focus for this district is to expand venue participation, encourage more local producers and hospitality businesses, and enable participation through events all through the Sabre Northland Challenge. Our goals are to showcase the Bay of Islands and Whangaroa coastal and cultural food identity, to build regional pride, local eating local, and to be our own ambassadors, increase visitation to the Bay of Islands and surrounds, and ensure the economic benefit directly lands within this district. So funding and sponsorship. FNDC does not currently have a central event fund, unlike Whangaroa District Council. Therefore, regional programmes like this must apply through individual community boards, hence we're here today. Our application asked for a 3-year commitment. However, from the previous board meetings that we've been to this week, we understand that this is not possible. As we move into year 3, funding support remains critical as we continue to build our momentum. We're seeing strong industry engagement, and we believe Saver has the potential to evolve into an event similar to Wellington Plate or Hawke's Bay Fork, which receives significant regional council support. Your support helps us to continue activating everything Saver across Bay of Islands and Whangaroa District. Our application was for 15,379. We've noted on the agenda that the recommendation has been significantly reduced to 10,000, which will impact on our expansion and activation plans. This is page 64 and 66 of your agenda. The funding supports practical infrastructure and promotion, including printed booklets, posters, billboards, signage, the creation of information hubs that will be there throughout the whole month that this takes place, and a contribution to the marketing campaign. These tools increase visibility, they promote participation, and make the programme accessible for both locals and visitors. We really appreciate the support from the board last year, and this is how it was recognised. The flag here, the booklet signs, and you'll see within the brochure there's a page acknowledging you as the major sponsor.
And just also noting that nothing has been dated so that we can reuse all of these time and time again, and we've got them all double-sided and put party, so they're going to last for a while. I just wanted to briefly talk about, sort of like the heart of Saver Northland. And the festival was developed with the industry through 5 years of workshops, planning. The clear direction from the start was really simple. It's tell the Tautoko story through food and beverage. And we're not reinventing the wheel here. So across Aotearoa, there are many regions that have embraced food and beverage events as a way to celebrate the identity, to support local businesses and attract visitors to the regions. These programs often benefit from strong council, regional tourism organisation and corporate backing. So for many years, Northland's incredible food and beverage story was not being told collectively. Yet we have an abundance of exceptional produce. We have pioneering growers and producers. We have award-winning wines, beers and spirits, and we have a hospitality industry deeply connected to the place. What makes Tautoko special is the people behind it. Our growers, our artisans, chefs, tourism and hospitality businesses, they're all working incredibly hard and facing many challenges. They continue to innovate and invest in sharing regional story. So Saver Northland is an industry-led program. It's built on the belief that a collective voice is stronger than individual efforts. E hoa taku toa, I te toa takitahi, anari he toa takiti. That's the principle behind how we put together Saver Northland. It's supported by the industry itself, and Leslie and I have been tasked with bringing it to life on behalf of the industry. A number of leading organisations in the region contribute sponsorship and support, including a luxury lodge collective, who have banded together, Hospitality New Zealand and Northland, Branch Explore Group, Northland Wine Growers, Meadworth, Happy Kingfish Group, Northland, and Keith Flights. Together, this represents around 30% of the programme's funding. And participants also contribute through an accessible registration fee, ensuring venues of all sizes can be involved. And regional support from Northland and local councils is another really vital part of the programme's foundation. And the remaining investment is secured through corporate sponsorship, which becomes much easier when potential partners can see that strong commitment from both industry and the region. The multi-year partnership with Air New Zealand that we've just signed has already opened doors with other national parties. So in case anybody doesn't know, Air New Zealand have supported us in the first 2 years and then chose us as their major recipient of one of 20 events they chose region-wide. nationwide. And in a great technicality for Northern, we count as kind of 2 events. So because we have 2 ports, we have one event. So we get a little bit extra, which is going to really, really help us to promote the region nationally and internationally. So the Northern, we operate with clear accountability. We report to the Regional Tourism Organisation of the NAG and an industry advisory board. And we report transparently to our funding partners and sponsors. The programme is delivered in partnership with the LTO and an industry-led initiative. It's not privately owned. All funding, sponsorship and programme outcomes are reported through those government structures. And this co-hopper is about building something lasting. It's not just a festival, but a network of businesses working together year-round to strengthen Northern's food and hospitality sector. And it's about and to grow the producer sector and making it self-sufficient via funding and sponsorship. And this is about more than marketing. It's about supporting businesses to participate, helping them to develop ideas, connecting producers with venues, and ensuring the region's story is told in an authentic and meaningful way. That's why we do what we're doing, and that's not outsourced to a costly marketing agency. So what we're seeing now is that when you connect our growers, producers, chefs, and venues, the whole region starts telling the same story. So we are already seeing that impact. There's more sourcing of local produce. There's stronger chef-producer relationships. We're seeing greater use of Indigenous plants and ingredients. We're seeing events in culturally significant locations. The maker experiences and really growing engagement with Māori-led businesses. And we are seeing some new business owners coming on board as well. So it's an industry that's moving. It's sort of ever changing, and we're a bit more sort of on the ground to keep on top of it. So basically, that's so our next stage is just like sort of really now reaching out and bringing more sort of venues and helping those small operators to come on board. For example, we did 2 things with Tokyo last year because they didn't feel ready, and now they're Gunsworth and fantastic ideas and bringing in centres such as Mania and just other venues and community organisations to.
And I think finally to say that Save Northern is about more than just the farm. It's about telling the story of our place, it's supporting the businesses and bringing people together through high culture and community. And we thank you for your time and thank you for your support.
Well, Jackie, I let that go over time because I think this is the board has funded you in the past. Yes. We funded your inaugural 2 years ago. This is the 3rd year, is it? Yeah. Post-COVID, difficult times trying to get events off the ground. As we know, many events did fail and did not get off the ground at all. So congrats for getting it this year. Last year, I know a lot of hard work went into it, but it certainly is starting to grow. It's unusual for us too because we don't usually have regional events because we know that events funding is not that contestable fund. So now, we normally look at things ward-wide and district-wide at a board level, but I think it's really important for members to understand the significance of this regionally and the collaborative effort going into making this an annual event. And I mean, the sky's the limit. Why not want to match Wellington on a plate? I mean, we can do it.
We can do it.
You can dream it, you can do it.
We have, I believe, we have faith and we have the industry behind us. It's sure gaining that momentum. And year 3 is early. When you look at Wellington on a plate, they're 15 years now. So,
and Hawke's Bay as well.
Yeah.
Hawke's Bay on a fork. You want to say that wrong, would you? So I just want to go back to your request and the recommendation that's in front of us today before I open up further questions. I know Kaikoa left it to lie on the table yesterday, and I'm not sure, did you request from Te Hiko? So you're successful?
We have been successful with Te Hiko. Yes. We got 6 and we got 4.
Yeah, you asked for 6 and got 4.
And it's left on the table yesterday.
For how much?
For 6.
So it's been apportioned around the wards, the request funding based on the number and amount of events that you're going to be holding in those areas.
That's right. And the amount of visibility. Right. So again, what we're looking at is these footpath signs, these flag and building these central hubs. We've got a much wider one here with Russell, with Kennedy, and the wider space, whereas it's more condensed in the Tahitian and the Hokianga, so thanks for that.
So how crucial is we'll call them out for requested funding, bearing in mind we're now only dealing with 1 year, and I need to clear that I understand the 27-28 is going to a long-term planning cycle, but am I hearing that from the 1st of July we're not going to have a community grant fund this year, which will be our second round? No. So I'm just digressing, bringing me more colour here to answer my question, because you probably can't answer it for me. But
because we only have a 3-year long-term plan, there isn't even any shadow funding forecast for you to even grant from. It doesn't exist until we go through long-term plan. So 27-28 will be the first year of the long-term plan. That's when we'll get gone through the thinking. Return to a 10-year. If we're in a 10-year, then you would be able to grant shadow funding across multi-years, because it's 3 years, and this is the last year coming up. So 26-27, fine, 27-28 doesn't exist yet.
So we're in 26, and we can't do
we're in 25-26.
But we could do 26-27.
You can do 26-27. So but the wording in here is for it to be from 27-28.
So we could do 2. We've got 3 separate recommendations here.
This year, one for the year after, one for the year after that. So you can do this year, you can do next year, the year after that.
Sorry to sorry. I'm just trying to get my head around 1st of July, we're not going to have a community grant fund. It's been a long time. Nice.
Next year.
One after the third year.
Went to a new LTP.
Yes.
Nothing. Decision is going to be made.
Decision F on page 64-65 would need to be approved the sum of whatever that looks like, or costs towards SAMA 2027 from 26-27 financial year only.
Yes.
Not from 27-28.
Yeah, so what they can do is they can do 2 years out of those years, but the third year they can't. It would have to come out of year 2 if they decided to do that at the moment.
We could consider 2 years. So my last question to you is, how crucial would that be in your core planning for making this a future success of needed to be able to do that, and say that you had some seed funding for this financial year?
We can't express enough councils as it is.
Pending the project report, of course, that from this year.
We know we do report things, but I think when we're going to other sponsors, one of the key things when we went to New Zealand was the value of having multi-year and going to other sponsors, which Jackie and I are continuing to do, where we wanting to know has got visa. That's what we need. That's what we need. And that's our sustainability long term. We need a visa, we need a MasterCard, we need something like that. We're in their ears. Yeah. We're advocating for this, for the whole of Northland to be that and to be in contention with those. So with other support from councils and from community boards, that will give us the leverage to say we've got 2 years already, signed and sealed, and this is our momentum. Yeah.
So by 27-28 we could be sustained.
Yes.
And we won't see you again.
Big mess up.
I'm something else.
Okay.
Well, yes, I've got a question in that, last year we gave you $10,000.
Yes.
And we're recommending $10,000 this year. You've asked for more, but some of that $10,000 were for assets that can be redeployed, like your snags. Yeah. So effectively, you've already got a bit of a base on that. I mean, is it preferable to have the 2-year funding or $15,000 this year and not know about next year? Which would you say yes to? If you could only pick one.
It's a curly one.
It is. 15 both years.
Can't do that.
maybe 15 this year?
Yeah. So this year, because we're out of the regional events fund.
Yeah, which you had last year.
Yes.
Right, so that's the big difference.
So it's a massive difference. So we're starting from a much less than.
I didn't quite get that from your.
So that's a really important
which is the purchase of the kids to bowl, which is no longer there.
But they got good support.
Yes. So can we suggest it? Can we change it completely? Can we ask for 20 this year?
No, you can't.
Okay, right then.
No, I'm just trying to see what it is that, I mean, you've given us the list of things that you want money for. Some of them I kind of go, well, do you really need 2 of those or that many of these?
So to be honest, Jen, we do, because, and the reason why is we have to be really specific with where we put this on the ground.
It was very visible last year. You did a great job.
Thank you.
And has people given me the booklets?
Yes. When people take them out of our hands.
No, the booklets are really
But you're growing locations, right? So you're going to need more of these.
We're going to need more of these because more venues are coming on board. And we want that visibility throughout. So we were quite sort of condensed areas to do this visibility. Fantastic the money you gave us last year. We got that enough. We need to grow.
And we also want to increase the program fund run because Air New Zealand are quite keen that we open up the Wellington market a bit more. We concentrated very much in Auckland. Yeah, so we will do distribution.
It'd be good if you get some recycling incentives to get your brochures back because they do dance.
They won't be the same.
No.
Okay. Question here from our community board, Stephen.
Yeah, I did. I think a suggestion to maybe explore, and I see a lot of your providers profile Haku Kingfish. So that Haku Kingfish is an earth sciences product, so ultimately owned by NB, but also NRC is also an owner of the entity that produces those fish. Given the amount of profiling that your event is doing for this publicly owned product, whether or not there's any opportunities to approach them for any sort of funding, given the significance of this event for producing a market for that fish.
So the Northern Regional Council?
Northern Regional Council as well as potentially NB, but probably Earth Sciences too.
So NIWA did contribute as well as just the sponsor, because it is a key ingredient. We have just put a proposal through to the Regional Council. So we think that they could take ownership of like naming rights for the significant challenge because that's key and produce growers, so that is the connection there. But we put the proposals to them and we still don't hear it.
If there's any other connections, please.
And I put it to attend the awards line.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, that's it. I was on his thanks for suggestions.
Obviously, love the event. I think you guys are doing a good job with it. My question is, I know you've done a good job of collecting some stats around sort of people spending at least $100. I think you said, I can't remember the numbers. I almost feel like you're underselling it though, right? Is there any way to capture a little bit more of that economic benefit? Because I've got to think that what you guys are bringing to our region is going to be huge in an actual dollar term if you can encapsulate that. If there's any way we can capture that going forward, I think then the public are really going to maybe appreciate this because it is something that we need to appreciate a bit more, I think.
So we did. The research showed that there was a 5% uplift in spend over that October period. So
a bit of cartridge.
Well, so across the board.
Yes.
That's amazing.
Yeah,
so, that's huge.
That's huge. And some of the restaurants were selling incredible amounts of them, the same Northern dishes. So much so they've kept them on their menu.
I was just going to say they're on the menus now. They're on their spring season.
Tourism operators, transport provider, everyone is going to be
everybody's
clipping a ticket a little bit somehow.
Packages are really what we want to push as well. So like making sure that people are coming out, staying for 2 or more nights.
So we can derive that now from what we've got from our museum. So,
Well,
yeah,
it's
and
a
actually,
national season, it's a month long.
yeah. And the other thing as well is that for this season, we're going to have a specific tile on our website, which is driving people for those Northern journeys, which is already in the regional tourism. Yes. Have specific itineraries and packages in there. So that's something that we haven't done before. So that's the way that we're involving, so that we're bringing everybody together as a region.
Wonderful. We're going to cut you off there.
Okay.
In the interest of time, because we very, very thorough and complex application. Thank you very much, and you're welcome to stay on. We will break soon for a couple, but you're welcome to stay on and hear our discussion.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You. Next up, I've got Fiona Moore. Fiona's representing Russell Centennial Trust Board. Fiona. Welcome. This is on page 79 of the agenda.
Furthermore, the managing director of the Russell Museum, the Russell Centennial Trust Board, as many people know, owns the building 2 York Street, which accommodates the Russell Museum, the community library, the hub, which is multi-purpose space, but also is the caretaker of the Tamata Reserve, adjacent to the Russell Museum. The Tamata Reserve specifically became under the custodianship of the Russell Centennial Trust in 1950. In 1952, it was designated as a moral reserve and is owned by council. And we have been responsible for the landscaping, the upkeep, and also interpretive signage here for the Tamata Reserve. This application speaks to the interpretation of the history and the preservation of history and promotion of history of Russell specifically. Now, it also involves, wayfinding as well, because as you know, many features in Russell, historic features, especially like Pompeii, the museum itself, the museum specifically has been there since 1956. Also, the other areas of Russell which hold huge significance, like, for example, yesterday we commemorated the Battle of Puruaka. So these stories are all presented by the museum, but as you know, Russell itself has a very significant tourism presence. We have a number of cruise ships that come to Russell, but also international, domestic VFRs, visitors to Russell itself. So what we're proposing is, one, we have to also upgrade some of the interpretive signage that we do have in Tamata Reserve. We were visited by Renata from Napoli recently, who met with treaty judges in our hub and criticised the nature of some of the signage that we have presented in the reserve. Mind you, this signage was done many years ago and through a public means, but we've actually moved forward and more in a cooperative manner since then. So, but also what we're seeking is funding for wayfinding signage as well, because what we find is that many of the visitors that actually come to the museum, we ask them, where are you visiting next? Have you been to Pompeii? And, some people just say, what's that? Where's that? Etc. So we need to better direct visitors around Russell itself. And the museum itself has a number of already available signposts which don't need consent to be restored. They're already there. So these would appropriately direct people around the village.
Sorry, we just excuse us.
We're just talking about the difficulty of digging a hole in Russell. What you're trying to say is we don't need to dig any more holes.
Yes, exactly. Well, talking of digging holes, we actually had a sinkhole. It was a sinkhole Tangata-Whangaroa Reserve. Now, moving forward, there's been a lot of community consultation courtesy of the placemaking program that was facilitated by Jane Engel as well. But also added to that, we got a destination management plan for a committee together. And this is one of the select findings from the destination management plan committee. And that's been facilitated by Jane Engel. So what we're seeking is interpretive signage specifically for the Tangata-Whangaroa Reserve, and we also have a sign near the wharf which will give visitors the opportunity to know what attractions are available in Russell as well, because that's the other critical thing too, and wayfinding signage. And this is a 24/7 opportunity. And I think it has merits in relation to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And this information and the additional agenda on 16. Just wanted to compliment you on your local listening quotes. We love local business, and the fact that you have 2 quotes from Kitty and there's $40 between them speaks volumes for keeping our local people honest. Any questions? No. I can see we definitely need some upgrade and some signage on page 50 of the additional information. It's responsible of us to have a sign like that. Thank you for the work that you do over there in Colorado, and we'll be making a decision a little bit later in the meeting. You're welcome to stay.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I've got a dental appointment in Whangaroa, which I have to go to.
Please but Catherine will inform you of the outcome later in the day.
Cheers.
Thanks, Fiona. Rod Brown, welcome. Rod's here to talk to us. Vision Kitty, page 101 of your agenda.
Kia ora. Thank you for hearing. Thank you for hearing me. I think many of you will know we've been restoring Wairoa Stream for about 13 years now. We have management agreement with the council to do this. We've made the track long ago. Most of our work these days is actually trying to keep weed free. That seems pretty futile considering we're in the weed capital of the world and the weeds keep blowing in everyone else's property or birds drop them on us. And so what we're doing currently is we're trying to extend from the track itself, which we've got pretty weed free, with help from Community Board in the last 2 years. You've helped us to get 10 large frivets and Taiwan cherries out in each year. The track itself is pretty much free, isn't it? Trees. However, what we're trying to do now is create buffer zones on the opposite side of the track. A buffer zone will be typically on the council Esplanade reserves, which are 20 metres, or on private land where we've got a wetland landowner. I accept that wind will go across the 20-metre buffer zone and birds will fly over that. But the do nothing option isn't really acceptable. We've got to do something. And so today I would like to ask for $3,450 to tackle a 65-metre stretch across from Auburn Park across the track. And that 65 metres, amazingly, is 45 Taiwan cherries and predators. That's in 65 metres. But it's worse than that, really, because it has every other conceivable weed there. Ginger under it. It's got Blue Morning Glory and Black-Eyed Susan and mothbug in there as well. We've cut those down and sprayed them. So we're really only asking for the money for getting rid of these trees, which we can't actually manage ourselves. It's beyond us. Now, The council's Esplanade Reserve is weed infested, but that's not a criticism of the council in the sense that if it hadn't been for past councils taking Esplanade Reserves as subdivision occurred, then the track itself would never have occurred, wouldn't have been possible. And today, even though it's weed infested across the track, there is an opportunity for our volunteer group to clean it up, and we're quite willing to do it. The particular stretch we're talking about, the Esplanade Reserve on the opposite side, stretches about 800 metres from Power Road Bridge. We've cleared about 140 metres so far and planted some of it with the school kids, and we'll do some more with the school kids in a few months. We've got about 140 metres. This 65 metres, there's a little map in your agendas. There'll be a gap in between, and next year we'll try and bridge that gap to get continuous stretch of semi-weed-free territory to plant. And I'd have to say there's more to come, but if we could, we're only asking for, we can actually manage at the moment, 65 metres. And there is something I would need to mention though. It's a huge job for a contractor, and the price that we've been offered by the accident is $3,450. That's a very small price for such a lot of work, I think. And we got a second quote from Northern Tree Works, who worked with for many, many years. They're very experienced, and their price is twice as much. And that's given me cause to pause. I've examined it really carefully. The two contractors have different methods of doing it. We have got access down a road of a private landowner to about 30 metres from the stream bank, and the axeman is going to stop there. He's going to put his chipper. They've both got 8-ton chippers, very bulky and unwieldy machines. He's going to keep us 30 metres away and spew all of the chips into a truck and take it away. He's got a little machine with tracks which can yank out trees and can chop them, and he will drag them up to his chipper. The other one, Northern Tree Works, is going to use a digger to create a pathway down the stream bank and get his 8-ton digger down there, and he'll leave piles of chips for mulch, and that mulch is going to be used for the plant. However, and the downside of that is if it rains, and just been doing it, and he cannot get his chipper down the bank or can't get it out again, then we will be delayed like last year. Last year, when you gave us money in April, because of the rain, the contract couldn't get it until October. We couldn't plant, and we still didn't plant it. We've lost a year's planting. So on that basis, I favour the axeman's project. It's not weather dependent. However, I have never worked with them before, but I have talked to a neighbour who has used them once in Basin territory and twice at a previous place in Coyote, and also looked at his Facebook page, and the reports are good. So I think I can say to you that I would recommend taking the lower price. I know lower prices are not the best way often, most instances, but I feel confident. So I thought I ought to mention that to you. I hope I don't give me egg on my face and come back and apologise. I don't think so. So I think that's really, in summary, what we would like to approve today.
That's helpful. Can I just ask, did you get on top of the horse rider?
No, I'm sorry. The horse rider who persists in riding up the track and damages it, we have reported to council. We've actually proposed trying to put barriers at each end of the track to stop them riding horse through. I haven't heard that from council yet about that. I'm sure there's been cost involved there. He rides through town. He's a person that we would approach doing the piece. Doesn't look too easy, to be honest.
Well, just asking from the damaging perspective and health and safety issues with people walking on the track.
Yes.
It's not compatible with it.
No.
The damage, the erosion and the damage that it's causing.
Yes, we have to repair the steps after he does it. He dislodges rocks with the horse. So 400 kilograms. And a horse meeting a person of 200 like that, it doesn't work. He's outside our control. It's been happening for 3 years. We don't have we're not, shall we say, policemen.
No, I'm just concerned about the damage being done and health and safety issues on page 168, just showing information. Questions for Rob? I'm still looking for that maintenance and succession program, Rob, and I'm not suggesting that you move in a couple of blocks. I feel this is a never-ending story. And
yes, it is.
It will be.
It will be. I have a good deputy who helps me greatly, and I've got an absolutely magnificent team. I've got all through wheat pages. There aren't many of them. Most people don't love wheat, but they don't take enough to do anything about it. I get all the wheat pages that actually do things. About 12 or 14 of them. Even the ladies have joined our ruffian, gang of ruffians. So I've got them all. And
excellent.
And they'll keep going after me, I'm sure.
There's a consequence of having more birds, though, isn't it? All the pest control.
I thought it was a part of pinnacle birds.
Oh, no. I mean, the birds.
Well, we have moved on, apart from trying to create buffer zones to extend the control on the weeds, we have extended our trapping as well. Also, the buffer zones are also valuable for pushing the pests back off the track too. We've now got up to 140 tracks and we've got over 2,000 pests. And that's our focus.
Thanks, Rod. Just lovely to see you again. Jerry, you're our final speaker. Jerry Paul, Centre on page 90.
Kind of amazed with the page.
I could comment, Jerry, but I won't. Lovely to see you. So this is the Kapaka classes, which are not unlimited to us.
Well, we haven't seen you at any other classes yet.
There's a challenge. But we did acknowledge Peter de Graaf in last year's class.
Tōna koutou, ko Hana Mai tōku ingoa, o ngā uri o Ngāpuhi, o ngā tiri o Ngāpuhi. My name is Hana Mai, and I'm here in my capacity as Kaiarahi Toi Māori here at the Turner Centre, my role which has been jointly funded by Creative New Zealand and by Te Runanga o Ngā Tiri here. And we are here today to present to you this awesome opportunity to once again support our Ngā Tiri here kapahaka in our performances and in our shows. So what it is, it's a 10-week kapahaka program. We have the lovely tutors here behind us, and Jerry as well. And it will culminate in a show. It's been the last year we had over 400 people attending the show, and it was just a beautiful opportunity for community to come together to connect. Kapahaka is not just about performance, it is about connection, it is about preserving ancestral mātauranga, ancestral wisdom, it is about aroha, it is about love, and I will pass over to our tutors now to share a bit of kōrero about what it was like first day tutoring for the last 2 years.
Kia ora koutou ko te raoriwa pere taku ingoa a mō Ngāti Rehe me Ngāti Puri. Ngāti Pura. The idea from Paula is we have named him Paula, and we know his name is Jerry Paul, but he wanted a Māori name. Paula Tere. the idea was trying to bring kapahaka or mahiare here to our community and to not just for our Māori, but for all nationalities. This is our 3rd year. Yay! And it'd be lovely if you do come along. You know, and the idea was to try and embrace that, bring our mātauranga, our tikanga to our hapu here for all to come and enjoy it. So we have our team that's coming to Tautoko Taura. Taura's funding in front of you today. So it'd be lovely. We enjoy it. We had all the different nationalities that's come. We've had football. We even had our media. Peter Debra. You know him well. So, you know, it's been enjoyable for us as tutors to teach them and inspire them. You know, we've had our teaching our men how to do mihi mihi, which is a big thing, I know. Standing up in front of everybody is a big thing. We've had our ladies of different nationalities doing kaikaranga, so that's a first for them as well.
You just see the connection. Coaching, protocol. Just, you know, to see we're inspiring and they're inspiring me. My one goal was to bring the connection together the way I play. This like waving a stick. I just play one note and they're all tuned in. So might be just example, but it's everybody comes with a different. I was told, you know, music is universal. I'm bringing everybody together. Marley.
Tēnā tātou, just like Thomas Tēnei. If I'm a new face to you, then you haven't been hanging out here then. I'm one of the kaiako, and I just wanted to add my 5 cents because kapahaka, yes, it is for our community, but it's bigger than just kapahaka. When Peter did his interviews last year, and if you've read them and listened to them, it was, yes, connection. My uncle really downplays himself. He is the rhythm. He is the rhythm to us. Like, you know, there's all of these combinations that keep us grounded within the space. And it was creating it, for me, it was creating a safe space for all of our whānau to come, connect, and be one here. And encouraging, like, the ones who, tino ngā kauriki, tēnā kaupapa, those who are really loving this kaupapa, we're our non-Māori. They're the ones that are like, you know, coming up every time they're there before me. And I'm pretty on time most times. But yeah, as I was mentioning, this kaupapa is bigger than just being kapa, it's bigger than us. But it's given our community something, you know, there's lots of kaupapa, as we heard through the day, something in the evening for themselves, whether they're mātua, whether they're parents, whether they work in kura, whether they, you know, in different platforms or groups of work, they get to come and be one with this whānau that they've created, that we create. So, yeah, it's bigger than just kapa, it's bigger than just us toru, tupu toru. And we do have some kaiawhina as well, because our rōpū gets so huge, which is amazing. But you can imagine how big a rōpū who are very learning te reo Māori, which is amazing, learning new waiata. So we really appreciate all the awhi and the love that goes to this kaupapa. I don't do all the paperwork like them. I'm the face, I guess. She's the kai tono tono. This is my uncle, the rhythm, and I'm the mouthpiece. So I love working with our community in different capacities, but this one's dear to our hearts. When you do something you love and share this kaupapa with all of our whānau, that can make it to, you know, some come once or twice and then next minute they're not even there till the last week, but they still come back because they miss it. But yeah, that's just my little babble on 5 cents, and they do all the nitty gritty stuff, so that's me. Kia ora.
Thank you.
Funding application will support the tutor fees for the venue technician, and to pay all these beautiful kaiako for their role in kitchen. And if any of you had the pleasure of coming along to any of the previous kapahaka performances, you would have felt what it was like. It was just an emotional experience. Kapahaka has become somewhat competitive these days, that having something like this for the community is an awesome opportunity for people to come and enjoy kapahaka where they may not have been able to. So enough of the kōrero, we will share a waisa so you can have a feel. And if you know the saying, this manu can't eat it without your huru huru help, so just going to plant that there.
More for that, thank you, and beautiful hour to finish our speakers for today. I'd like to invite you to have a couple with us before we do it. I would like to just go through briefly, quickly, the first 2 items in our agenda, and then we'll get it. So I'll move into agenda proper confirmation. Item 6.1, confirmation of previous minutes set the Islands-Whangaroa Community Board confirming the minutes of the meeting held 12th of February 2026. I'm not sure if the correct motion moved. Thank you, Dave. Any alterations? Amendments to those? Just in relation to Ponifero Bay on page 14, our first priority for our LTP, I just had a query from any excluding room as to whether we should be referring to it as a part or a reserve. You said part, I'm just looking at Stephen really. So should we be saying reserve as we've applied in this one? Or am I being pedantic?
That should refer to one of parts of this to figure out what is the one might be able to speak to.
The GIS on the slide. Okay. Because given we can always amend that wording when we come to the LTP process. So, right, all those in support? Against? Carried. Now, the next item, I have the much long-awaited pleasure of swearing in our Māori board councillor. So, didn't make it to our first meeting of the year last night, and we're very proud and privileged as a board to have retained Māori boards. And as a result, we have been appointed Māori board councillor, so it's my privilege to ask Hui to be sworn in today as one of our official board members. So,
Wahai ko arohanui Alan, ka oati ai ki runga I te pono me te tika, ka mitu ki te taumata o tōku ata mai me āku whakataunga. Ka mahi ai mo te whainga o te hiku o te ika, haere tonu ki ngā ihi me ngā haringa mahi, ka kāte o tōka uruhiki runga I a hau. Hei mema o te koari o te hāpori o Bay of Islands-Whangaroa, e ai ki te ture kāwanatanga ārohe rua manonga. Te ture kāwanatanga ārohe mo ngā kōrero whakamutu o me ngā hui ngā kōrero o tahi mahu iwa rau warikai mai piti. Me tāpiri atu ki era atu o ngā ture roine. Te mea whakwa ui tēnei ki te piripiri tēnei rā.
E toru wai, o taku puti puti, aroha tu manako, me te hakaku o te tino puawai, ko te aroha mai, hei haka haya patane. Unu tai te rito o te hara keke, kei te hara ia te koma koe. Mani mai, kia te mea tai, maku e ki atu, e tana, e tana.
Right, that's it. We're going to break now for 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and have a cupcake and high of Right, now with that, we're moving on to item 7.2, and a recommendation here in relation to the reserve adjoining Simpson Park in Whangaroa. We're reading the recommendation that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board A receive the report reserves adjoining Simpson Park domain, reserves that classification recommendation, and B, recommend that council reclassifies the following lots as recreation reserves: lot 25 DP 51470 and lot 26 DP 51470. C, recommend that council classifies the following lot as a recreation reserve: lot 35 DP 51470. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Tyler. Seconder? Jane, thank you. Tyler as mover, do you have any input?
Seems like there's a pretty huge amount of support for it. Being supportive too.
Yeah, I mean, I noticed one objection was with regard to dogs. So I checked the dog law and location of dog off-leash areas, and the whole of Simpson Reserve is a on-leash area, so I can't see that that would make any difference. So I'm not concerned about that particular objection. As Tyler says, it's pretty well supported, it's logical.
Any other comments, really? This has been in front of us before. I just wanted to note the two spelling errors in this. Simpson Park, it's in the body of the report. First bullet point doesn't have P in Simpson Park. I think it's really important that we get the names right when we're doing these reports. And the other one is in the comments at the top of page 20 in the box section on the last line. Other than that, Robin, we've discussed this, it has been to us before, and unfortunately Roddy's not here today, he's unwell, but this went through, it's been to council before, I know it's been on before, the reserves.
It came to, it was reported in relation to going out to
consultation, and you had seen it.
People can still park even with the new classification. You can still use a park, provided it's associated with the sports and recreation.
Yes,
yeah,
so
that's what I understood.
If you think about sports fields,
then you're
most of them have an area of car parking,
yes.
And it's absolutely valid that it's associated with expensive places.
No, this is great, and this is just progressing the placemaking project, tidying up these classifications and reserves. So, any further discussion around this? To the vote. All those in support? Against? It's carried. So thank you, Robin. Moving on to item 7.3. We have a new road name here. Trinity. Got it right. The Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board name a private road, Tomato Lane, that is located at 399 Katoa Road, Waipapa. Jane, thank you. Seconder? Tyra?
Yeah, pretty straightforward. This I've gone through the processes. I've got no issues with it. It's good.
Tyra?
Agreed.
Agreed. It's too easy. It really does help. Trinity does her job thoroughly, and we see Ngāti Reo here have had good input into this, and that they weren't happy with the original choices, and it's really good that they've come back. The only comment I would like to make, so Hapu came back quite quickly, and I see that they now have IT doing the Ramaka doing the, whether that's going to be standard from now on.
Being disclosed, is genuinely feedback provided by the company.
Okay.
So it just
yeah. Yeah. No, the process is working well that end. My only concern, and I just would like to note it really on behalf of the the developer, the applicant, the subdivider, is that this was actually received on the 29th of September last year. And I just feel, due to the fact that we've been through an election phase, should not be used as an excuse to stall road naming when people are often, when this can cause financial hardship and a lot of stress in the process. If they apply for their subdivision and are told they need to apply for road naming up front, which is what the process is, I don't like to see people having to wait 6 months to actually come through the board and then perhaps go to council even. It's just, it's too, in these tough times, it's just too much to ask for people have to outlay to do subdivisions or create new lots that and they might be desperate to put a house on there for their whānau. We don't know what they're doing with it. And I just would like to acknowledge on behalf of the applicant that I think 6 months is too long when the process travels front footed quite swiftly. So that's my only comment on it.
And you know that it's encouraged you to have to receive feedback from homeowners. Okay. Things like the quick window, they do work well. It might be feedback.
Need to put bombs under the neighbours. Okay. Oh, Kelly's got her hand up.
Sorry, I was unable to hear the response from staff to your statements, Belinda, and I think it's important that we do, because this is it's a challenge that crops up regularly.
Sure, Kelly. Trinity, do you want to just come closer and speak so that people can hear? Yes.
Kia ora, Kelly. Sorry, I was just saying in response to Madam Chair that there was a delay regarding obtaining owner feedback. So there were other owners that would be affected with their addresses on 319 Titara Road. So hence why there was a little bit of time between when the application was submitted versus being submitted towards the community board. So yes, that was my response to Madam Chair.
Oh, thank you. I wonder if there's, like, when people lodge their application for road naming, are they told, at the time of consent or subdivision that they will need to go through this process and given a timeline, so they know that if they are, going to need this road name for connections or what have you, that they need to get onto it ahead of time?
Yeah, absolutely. I can't speak for the resource consents team, but from my understanding of the development process, they are given sufficient time to be informed of the sense that in their stages they will be required to obtain a road name and have that presented towards the community board for approval. It is also outlined in their decisions, so it is obviously a section in their resource consent that they do have to uphold. In the sense of a time frame, it is quite hard to provide a time frame of how long a road naming application will take, as this does vary from ward to ward. So, for example, in the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board, we generally see road naming applications moving through at a quicker space compared to some in the Tahiti Board. So, hence why it's not very eligible for us to give a time frame, because we don't also want to commit council to a time frame that we cannot uphold.
Well, thank you.
Valid points though there, thanks Councillor Stratford. I don't know how we push neighbours to reply. Perhaps there needs to be, we need to look at that process and time frame for and other interested parties wanting to have input into the road naming. Perhaps there should be some sort of time frame on that so it doesn't hold up the whole process for people wanting to build for yourself. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks, Trinity. Okay, move to Dane, seconded Tyler. All those in support? Against? It's carried. Now moving on to item 7.4. I would like to signal that my intent is to let this recommendation for the alfresco dining applications to lie on the table from the renewals from A1 to 19 inclusive, due to the fact that we actually didn't receive any accompanying information. These applications normally come with maps, pictures and plans showing exactly where and what the applicant has applied for, including tables and or chairs. Some tables are picnic style tables that are attached with large wooden tables, others are smaller tables. It's really important from a community board perspective with this delegation that we are able to take the information and do our own inspection and mystery shopping in order to provide constructive comments back to the appropriate staff member or report writer. This has happened in the past, so I do have a bit of an issue, had an ongoing issue recently with anything relating to road use bylaws, which is shopkeepers' workers' licences, the alfresco dining. I'm not sure what else is going to crop up, but it seems to be there's been a bit of a disconnect, and I have to sympathise. We have a new team leader staff member, and she only began in January and is obviously unaware of our previous processes. So there's a lot of assumptions on my behalf that the processes will continue as normal, that we will be fully informed to enable us to actually carry out our own. I think if we look back on last year, we had quite extensive discussions with Tyler and Jane will recall we had extensive discussions around, we have a lot of alfresco in very sensitive areas. We are the most sensitive areas due to our seasonality and tourism influx and events. So our footpaths are not designed for accessibility minimum width in many places to allow for alfresco dining on various sides of the footpath. And we had a debate what his work alfresco licence, because there was poles in the veranda post on the outer portion of the footpath, and that was commented on by the local member at the time. So moving forward, we need the option to actually have the information in front of us so that we have things like, and these are, because it's not area specific, like the likes of Coromandel that have a desert, and we've been trying to get this in place, but we can't. They have a designated area, and they can do whatever they like within that area under their alfresco licence, things that comply. So because we don't have that, ours is based on tables and chairs. We need to know the size of the tables and chairs, and we need to determine health and safety issues and manoeuvrability. There are comments that I do need to make, but I need to see the applications, even though they are renewals. We can't assume that the commercial operators are doing the same as they did the year before. And in fact, I have a number of things that I have written down in the areas for alfresco dining, including umbrellas, planters, rubbish bins, signage, dog bowls, high chairs. These are serious issues that we need to actually know about at council level from a health and safety perspective, even though they may have public liability insurance for the area where they have alfresco dining. But basically, a change of ownership is a big issue. People assume they can continue doing what the previous person did, which may not have been continuing. Time of the year that they are monitored is really important as well.
This application is very early as well, not really get in June. So it's fine. Yes, ahead of schedule.
Anyway, so those are some of the reasons why I'd like to let this lie. I just think due to lack of information, so I'd like to see the previous process reinstated whereby it comes with the application form with clear maps. I'm happy to move on with the new application, although we know it's a modified or amended plan. It's not new to us as a board. And obviously, we had this come to us last year. In fact, this is probably the third time I've seen this. So I'm happy to move forward with that one. But I would like to move that A1 to 18 they're left to lie on the table and come back to us next month with the complete with the application. Sorry? Oh, 1 to 19, did I say 18? 1 to 19. So I will leave that, Diane, this evening. Thank you, Jane. Any further discussion about those, leaving those to live?
No, Madam Chair, but while Hilary is here, can I just make an observation? This application completely illustrates the inequity of our policy. So you have a small bakery who's paying for 10 tables, and 2 are pushed together, they're still counting with their tables. And then we have other users who have tables for 8 people pushed together and being charged the same amount in more upmarket locations. And I feel very strongly that our policy is deeply flawed. And I have made the same comment every year, but this is a very clear example of it. You know, if you go more in other parts of the town or other parts of the area, you'll see that this person is being asked to pay far more than perhaps other people being paid simply because the small size of the little tables. And it's not fair, it's not equitable, and the council really needs to see it fair.
So I think following on from what I have taken this to the council table, and also the fees and charges schedule when that came around for up for discussion, and it didn't go anywhere at the council table. But there are many examples around New Zealand of where by the area, charging of the area based on commercial square meterage, to refer to it as, is far more equitable as to, because if people want to jam tables and chairs, then they're not going to get the patronage fee to stay within their boundary area. But we have felt this has been flawed for the last couple of years. We've tried to get this addressed, but and then we have the separate issues of the alcohol licences, which sit completely separately and do not align with the alfresco dining policy and renewable annually. So happy to bring that back for a discussion, but at the moment I'm just going to move this in 2 sections, that we let that lie, move myself, seconded Jane, that 1 to 19 come back to us next month. Again, so that's carried. And in relation to B, being a new application, whether it's referred to that or not, as far as I'm concerned, it's actually an extension or an amended plan, but happy to look at this. This has been twice to the board, and the last time it came, the first time it came, our board member, Ronnie Hapatipihima, was not present at the meeting, so we left it on the table till he had a chance to have a look at it on site. Although we can't read the measurements in this plan, we have had better pictures when it came back the second time to the table. And he did a site inspection, and he also visited the owner of the cafe and was quite happy that they are compliant. So with that, I will move that the new application 1, ALFRES 8, Kalakaua Bakehouse, Cafe and Roast at 68 Gilly Street, Kalakaua, is, the Bay Islands Whangaroa here would approve the following alfresco dining application subject to council standard terms and conditions for the Kalakaua Bakehouse. Can I have a seconder? Thank you, Jane. Any further discussion around that one? Not sure whether we collected licence fees off them last year, because this has been hanging around for quite some time, so we might have missed a year's licence from them. So that could perhaps be one of things.
Through the chair, I think just to further what you and Jane was saying around the square meterage, another potential issue is around where you measure from in terms of if the chair's in or out, if someone's sitting at it, making sure we're providing for that 1.5 metre clearance for, particularly for disabled people needing to get the path. Just square meterage provides us just a very clear delineated space, no grey area. So I just want to support that as well.
you're right, when they're seated, it's a whole game of people seated. And in Kalakaua, we know they're famous for their fresh cream donuts. They've been around a lot longer than our memoku. So we don't want to hold up that application. So with that, I'll put it to the vote. I'll say second to Jane. Persons for, against, that's carried. Next on to the second point, the approval of the tourist home for Pioneer. Just want to foreshadow this in addition, the amendment to this recommendation based on the last bullet point there, subject to the applicant undertaking installation works to council specification. So I'll read the recommendation with that added on, that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa community will recommend that council approve the installation of a tourist photo frame at Stockyard Point Scenic Reserve in the position indicated, subject to the applicant undertaking installation works to council specifications. Do I have a mover? It's Jane, seconder. Mover Jane?
Yes, well, I note the comment from Ngāti to say that this place is entirely suitable, and that area is an area of beautification, so it's a really good place for it to be. So I think it'll be really nice for the community.
Yeah, I'm supported. It seems like it's well supported. It seems like it's an appropriate position, and I think it's like the look and feel of it suits the space which you are.
Additional comments from me, I have two. One is in the body of the report, the background states that where it was cited previously was removed due to concerns raised by Te Tīmarae Waitangi Committee. I'm not quite sure that's correct. It was originally raised to me by an individual. I think I'm going to make statements about committees in my that we should actually be able to substantiate that. So I'm not quite sure whether that is correct. However, it doesn't have the bearing on a particular recommendation. The other thing I wanted to note is at the bottom of page 38, under number 3, it is actually stated that operational expenditure for repairs and maintenance is estimated at no more than $200 per annum, and that this obviously will be picked up by council. I'm reading a number of additional items of infrastructure around our communities that it says only going to be $200 or $300 a year, or only going to be $400 a year. I guess my question to nobody is how much more of an increase in our reserved Eastern Water Reserve funds are we going to have when we continually add assets that we're going to be maintaining, and we're stabbing in the dark at $200 per annum times 5, 10, 20, whatever else we are creating and developing. Because our communities are wonderful and our volunteers are amazing at doing work and placemaking, and we're just seeing this too often. So I guess that's
I did wonder why the council's so keen to take it over as an asset, where the Rotary would prefer to have it as an asset afterwards, specifically Nadia in particular. It seems strange that the Rotary is going to expect the council to look after it, but I wasn't sure what was the...
Yeah, it is a concern because on Te Parade, for example, there is a wooden bench just past the stormwater outlet there, which is in a completely dilapidated state. That was a Lions project some years ago, I recall them doing it, and it's actually rotten in one part. And I'm not sure whether that sits on our asset register. I assume it does because it's on the road. And, these are the sort of things that the groups are going to do, and we need to ensure that there's that ongoing maintenance succession with it. And the fact that it's fallen on the ratepayer, it might be an infinitesimal amount of money, and the project's fabulous, great idea, but it comes down to this increased cost on the ratepayer. And when we go into this LTP, it's going to be really interesting when we're trying to provide same levels of service that are costing more continually the same amount of money, and people are looking at not wanting to increase rates. So just raising.
I actually put a note in, but could we remove it if we got really good athlete? Could we actually remove it? It was too expensive to maintain. So, you know, we should think about this.
Council owner, they would like to.
Yeah. Anyway, something to think about.
Okay. Moved by Jane, seconded by Tyler. There you've got that addition. No, it was just adding that that last sentence. Yeah.
Undertaking the works
to council specifications. Okay. Get to the vote. All those in support? Against? That's carried. Moving to our project funding reports on page 43. I will read it now for our community board note projects reports received from A. Claire Gordon, B. Coal Business Association, C. Artaka Thompson, D. Sabre Northern 2025, E. Vision Kitty Kitty, F. Services Trust, and G. Whangaroa Museum. Do I have a second, Mark? Just wanted to be a broken record on this one.
No, you're going to say the same as all. Well, we've all picked up. We're really annoyed by it. We are really annoyed by it. Yeah.
So,
really not.
I really was disappointed, and I think it's something that we need to consider capturing when we have people coming back to us for funding, that they have not acknowledged the community board or used the correct logo. We know the information is supplied, and I feel I did mark these actually. Sabre Northland in the room. Fantastic pictures on page 219 to 222 showing and acknowledging how we were.
And you saw banners.
And
I saw them in the brochures at the time.
Vision Kitty Kitty, I failed to see. This business that we put you on Facebook is not cutting it for me. I'll leave it to you to comment further. Whangaroa Museum.
I am so disappointed with that.
Very disappointed with that as well. And Whangaroa Health Services said they did acknowledge us, but there was no pictures on page 242 of the additional information showing how, and I think we're getting a bit of lip service, and I don't really feel that showing us on social media, we're not getting, in many instances, we're not getting our bang for buck, and we're giving the exposure for how we're spending the rate dollar and how we're accountable. So I'll pass over to you to comment on that.
It was just the same on that. Just our logo needs to go out there on paper. Just not just Facebook shared posts and all that.
But in the instance of the museum, they've printed a whole bunch of maps and brochures and not put our logo on it. I am literally gobsmacked, Catherine. Can we have our money back?
Through the chair, I think what we are tending to see is the more maybe commercially run enterprises that we provide funding for, Save is a good example. They understand that relationship of sponsorship funding and that it's not a donation, as it were. This is a business agreement in a sense, and there's got to be something back in exchange for that funding, and maybe we just need to start making other groups and community groups just more aware of the expectations perhaps, and that, this comes with the cost of recognition, because we're responsible to our ratepayers and they want to know that we're making decisions wisely for them, and they want to have some visibility over what we're sort of providing in regards to funding, and the groups really need to, I guess, step up in that regard. Otherwise, it will come to, I guess, us being a bit more picky around on who we fund if they're not willing to show recognition.
But, the Whangaroa community, they think we don't give them anything. Well,
Exactly.
Not sure Coal Christmas.
Through the chair, ironically,
one of the Kaikoi Hokianga funded applicants actually used the Bay of Islands Board logo, which was not supplied to them, and used that on all of their acknowledgements. So I've been able to deal with that.
We'll take that.
And we had the Russell Christmas Party had our logo on it.
And I was actually thinking to the north and the Kaikoi don't contribute their logo because I wanted to find some tape and blank it out. Okay, so we continue to identify this, but we don't actually do anything about it. So I think next time around we need to capture.
Can we write them a letter and say how disappointed we are? We could. They can put some stickers on or get a stamp and put it on.
I'm actually hoping to talk to you for 10 minutes after this meeting. That's something we can address in that whole conversation.
Right. I move Tyler seconded. All those in support? Against? Carried. 7.7 roll to funding applications. It's one by one. First recommendation that the Bay Islands-Whangaroa Community Board approve the sum of $616 plus GST applicable to pay from the board's community grant fund account to Arts XL Trust for cost towards 2026 100 by 100 art exhibition. I'll move to get this on the table. Sitting out of the space. Second, thank you, Jane. The comment around this really is that over the last 2 years of road, we go. It is a large event held here in the Opportunity Centre. It's a small amount of money, and as such, I guess it's taken that because it's such a little amount of money, we will continue to support this thing. And the amount, I think it was 950 for the inaugural one and 610 last year. And through the chair, they missed the cut-off for creative communities. Otherwise, I would have absolutely directed them there. So they should know that when that time frame is from year to year. They're all put up, should be the dates for the community boards, creative communities and rural travel funding are all put up at the same time. As soon as they have the dates, they're up. So yeah. Jane is seconded.
Yeah, their request has reduced over time. It's a very small amount of money and it's a nice opportunity for regular artists to be able to. I mean, they're mostly self-funding. They sell applications and they sell the works, and it's a little bit of seed funding. Yeah. I have no issues.
No issues.
616, I'll put it to the vote. Against, so that's carried. Continue to report my Dennis. Thank you.
Obviously.
Councillor Paul will stay with promotion fund
Small money for delicious.
on acknowledge the conflict. Okay, so the second one here, add-ons for our community board approved $4,315 plus GST applicable. The paid from the board's place under account to Russell Centennial Trust Board the cost to provide data signage at the Tamati Wakanini Reserve. Jane.
Second.
Jane.
Yeah, I mean, I'd just like to make the point that, you know, the council funds the Far North Museum, and then the other museums around the district don't get any funding whatsoever. So these kind of grants are really important to enable them to be, you know, do sustainable projects and be sustainable. So the reserve is well used, and the signage is pretty grotty, and as our other who we saw yesterday, there's good support from a cultural perspective for getting our stories right.
Yeah, I just on there, it's just about what the sign is looking like at the moment on page 50 of our supporting. I think that's quite disappointing that it's even got to that. So, yeah, maybe we need to look at all our reserves and parks and see what we've got out there. So, yeah, fully support that needs to be upgraded.
Nothing really.
Okay, put that to the vote. Yes, that's carried for 4,315. It's recommendation at the moment. Is that a private place?
Yeah.
Okay. Islands-Whangaroa Community Board approved the sum of $5,000 plus GST paid for the Community Centre. Cost of 2026 community pack classes in concert. I will move. And Tyler's sitting down on this one as well. What can I say? I mean, it's warm fuzzies, isn't it? It's when you look at the pictures and the I opened up right on the same thing. If you look at the pictures and our accompanying information, it's such a diverse group of people that have taken up the offer to actually participate. That's great. It's really good. And whether we continue to support this, I mean, this is a classic event that could have perhaps done with that triennial funding, so they don't have to come back to us 3 years in a row. But yeah, I've got nothing more to say on that other than I need to find time to participate myself at some stage. Any other comments?
I really support this. I know how with my children how much they have developed with kapahaka. I've noticed a lot of familiar faces in these photos and talking to people in the community and how, just not one party, but just the development of people together. And I think it's a great initiative and I'm supportive.
Jane,
just wish it was even for the back.
It's hard work.
You've got parents. It's quite hard for us to travel overseas after that.
Live overseas.
Time with cost constraints.
It's like $20 very easily. Not cheap.
Okay, $5,000 towards the kapahaka classes in concert. I'll put that to the vote. Thanks. So that's carried. The next one we have is approve the sum of $3,450 plus GST capital. Sorry, I didn't. Sorry. I didn't point out that they actually asked for $7,500. Apologies. I'm staying with this community business. I don't see more information. Yeah, so we came up with I'm saying there isn't. We didn't note that.
You didn't
they articulate it
to track the
It's the same as what they got last year.
Yeah. Okay. When I've moved that, I'm happy with that, but I wanted to point out that actually didn't ask the signal. Right, moving on. Vision Kitty to approve the sum of $3,450 plus GST paid from the board's Pride of Place Fund account to Vision Kitty for cost towards restoration of the Wildlife Stream. Can I have a mover? Dane. Second entire.
Yeah, so just on this, I've seen this area when I was looking for bridges and one of our previous workshops, but like they say, there's all these layers of weeds, and it's a real easy area. There's nice grass and nice tracks, but it's pretty disappointing what's going on. I think it's awesome that the community groups can get in there and get it done. And yeah, we've got a really good boat, 2 boats, and yeah, it's good.
Yeah, look, I agree with what Dan said. He's gone out. He's got 2 floats. One's, significantly better than the other. And it's great that they're just expanding that weed eradication, creating the buffer zone. It's a real positive for our community. And if you want to talk about bang for buck, this is it, right? We've got a community group doing amazing work, and all they're charging us for is costs that they'd have to incur, and we can't expect them to do that. So,
yeah, I agree. I mean, let's keep them going. And say Rob needs to get his succession planning sorted, doesn't he?
Totally. On that note, I guess I'm going to be a little bit of a bridge on this one. And two things I want to address. One is why is this ongoing work, and it may be in the management agreement or the volunteer agreement with council, why is this not coming out of our, being considered out of our Eastern Ward Reserve Fund? This is ongoing, and it is vegetation, so that is one aspect that concerns me, because if we were to add up thousands over the years developing, and this is the danger we have if we develop tracks and trails, is that we are going to be, the applicants and the volunteers assume that we will support them ongoing annually with the maintenance of these tracks. And we've got amazing volunteers, and we do get fabulous bang, like as I've said. So that's my first query. And my second query is, given that member Roddy Hapatipi has been having huge issues in his area with particularly privet and health issues, I'm getting very uncomfortable with us continuing to support particular areas, walkways and tracks in our ward area without addressing the overall problem and the health issues that actually exist in developed neighbourhoods and in some of our urban areas, and some of our rural areas are not only dealing with dust mitigation, but also with noxious plants and weeds. So I'm not sure where I'm going with this, but I'm getting to the point where I feel if we continue to put, and it is a substantial amount of money, $3,450, out of pride of place, my question is, and are we developing something further? We're developing a buffer zone, so whether it's pride of place could be argued as well. And we're just extending clearance of the area and track. The concern that I have really is how do we as a board think about prioritising areas that we know have had ongoing problems and health issues with children and elderly versus continuing to put money into extending further weed, not just plant eradication in developing areas, because this is another section of the track and they're doing a function.
I think, Madam Chair, one of the challenges is you've got to have a willing local group to be the champions. Mm-hmm. And so I've got two groups, in my life, both do a little bit of pest plant control, and in Russell we've got a couple of groups that are moss plant doing that work as well. It's a big problem, and in Roddy's area,
there's no group.
There's no group.
We've got Bush Action in our way.
Yeah, but I think we really need to. When we talked about our community funding, we didn't talk about setting aside some or having a priority for environmental programs. Groups are willing, because the bang for buck, as he says, it just gives them a little bit of assistance, and they can do heaps. But it's
like if I understand the accord that we might potentially have with council eventually, there hopefully might be some sort of delivery type arrangement that we might have, which would then potentially enable us to start pushing for
funding.
Yeah, well, that's got to come, right? But I suppose this is more of a conversation.
Yeah, they come delegations, and I guess the other unanswered question is not knowing the territory of all the noxious plants and weeds, because we know Northern Regional Council has a part to play in this.
Yes.
And I think we all feel a bit let down in that area when it comes to noxious plants, weeds and pest controls.
So again, Madam Chair, I've talked at length with Graham Norton And so they have no budget clearing anything other than the absolute mandatory leads. So they want to work with community groups to do exactly what God is doing and what the Akua group is doing. It's the best thing we could do as an organisation is really assist community groups to get started and then support them with free tip frees. You know, that's one of the barriers. Regional council, I mean, Hillary's looking at me, but it would be good if we could come up with a better plan, because it is very, and I've raised it a couple of times with the last hour through Stephen, you know, can we get some kind of policy on how we deal with these groups, because they pop up everywhere.
And they're doing good work, right?
They're doing awesome work. And I've been told they don't need to now do site save, which is, and go to Kaiko'i and do a first aid.
Which is a deterrent. So
it's a massive deterrent.
Yeah. So what I'm asking you, Badly, is board members, Ronnie, how do we go to Ronnie and his community, who we know has been fighting some of these issues, and say, we're dealing with not just plants and trees here, with this volunteer group that we deal with on an annual basis or that we fund on a regular basis, but hey, we can't help you. So we need to find some
mechanism.
Yeah, we need to find a way of having some fair, equitable, when you're talking about people's health versus a walking track and nature and beauty, and I mean, they're two completely different issues.
I think there may be some groups in Water and Carl Ann would be the person to start on.
Possibly.
You know, maybe we can do some stuff on our community. If we could come up with a package that says, this is what the community board will do to support these groups. We will do this, this, this. We'll get free that. Graham and all from the regional council will do this, this, and this. Come to our community board meeting, apply for this amount of funding, and then we can put it out on our community board page and say, hey, if you want to get a group started, contact.
Somewhat like Christmas parades.
Very like Christmas parades.
So we could
go without the sugar.
This was something that we were going to discuss after the meeting, because there's a whole.
We can. Just would like to take the opportunity to acknowledge the fact that I know Robbie does a lot of hard work, but this is a particular area that I'm conscious that he is not achieving anything in that area, and we're continuing to fund in other areas. So just wanted to put that on the table and get your office. It's not that I don't support these amazing volunteers and Vision Kitty Kitty. It's just, I guess, the fact that we're seeing ongoing applications from them, and we're not dealing with other areas. They're not coming to us, and we'll get these mechanisms in place, I'm sure. Okay, I have lost. We live in hope. So, moved by Jane, seconded by Tyler. I'm going to put this recommendation for $3,450 Vision Kitty Kitty. Support? Against, that's carried. Now we're up to Sabre Northland, and this is the Babylon's for our community grant fund approved the sum of, and I'm going to leave that blank for our consideration. As GST, the applicable will be paid from the board's community grant fund account to Jackman Entertainment for cost towards 2026 Sabre Northland. Now I'll take these individually, so that's for this year only. Do I have an order? Tyler? Jane? So Tyler, as mover, I'd like you to address or foreshadow an amount. The request is for $15,379.
I'm in support of this application here, and I think the conversation needs to be a little more. I don't want to foreshadow what you guys are thinking, but yeah, I would foreshadow the full amount this year, and not make any forward decisions. But I really want to say that I think that this is underappreciated. I think in terms of what kind of economic benefit this has to not just our district, our entire region. Is this year 3? Sorry. And they've got a partnership with Air New Zealand, which is going to put us on a national map they had a 5% increase in credit card payments. But that's huge. It's ginormous, and not to mention that the industry that they're particularly helping, I think, is really struggling in recent times. It's created a whole extra month of summer for our bar, restaurant, cafe providers, and once again, bang for buck. I think this is an incredible event, and I just want to be a part of supporting it. So I would say let's increase this to the full amount, but obviously Jane, so see what you think.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I was going to also suggest an amendment to the amount. I guess that was why I asked the question, is it more important to have the full amount this year? Because I'm not sure I feel comfortable putting the same amount next year.
Well, we can discuss that. So next recommendation. So
so could we maybe put a...
We're just dealing with this year.
Right? That's right, because, because that was my concern. So I do think we should go for the full amount. I think it's a real credit. As Tyler said, it starts summer a month earlier, which is when everybody is starving. They've had no money in the door for a long winter. So I'm happy to support that.
Yeah, fully support.
Yes, I support it too. I mean, for me, these sorts of events, it ticks all the well-beings. If you look at how they covered it culturally and environmentally, using native product plants and kai and demonstrating cooking classes and that. There's been a lot of this is not new to us. So I think the fact that we did support the inaugural event, we believed in it from day one that it could become something, and supported it last year with a little bit of hesitancy and reluctancy because it hadn't actually got off the ground like we all hoped it would. But now there's momentum there. If community boards don't come on board, no pun intended, and support something that's going to boards across the district, then not to mention that we're already on flags and progress. I'm also in support of that. So if there's no further discussion around year one, the fair for 2026 Sabre Wilson, I'll put that to the vote. Okay, so that's carried for the amount of $15,379.
Not quite crying in the seats, but I don't think they're far off.
Sorry?
I don't think they're quite crying in the seats there, but they're not far off.
Was that the actual amount submitted to you, Catherine?
Yes.
So now we'll move to F, which is also Sabre Northam. Now this one would be 2026.
27 from 26, 27.
So the wording.
Yes, your question. In regard to whether there's actually going to be funding for a particular right?
Yeah, well, that's fine.
That's what I was asking. And from what I understand, those decisions have still to be made. Is that correct? Can we get feedback from the staff?
Yes, that's what I'm finding out. Other needs of the cards into the next few years. Yes.
I got a bit confused about who was yet to approve it. Yes. Was yet to adopt the plan. I thought it was trying to adopt the plan. I think there is no money.
2627. What is my understanding? Then we have 2728 and 2829.
Yeah. So we can't do the third year.
2627 is not the guide. There is no money. So my procedural question is, how can the board consider this application today? Would they be better to leave it to lie on the table until the July board meeting when the budget is confirmed?
Thanks, Councillor Port. And that was my question to Mocha, which probably I put badly earlier, was that what date is then going to be decided? Because come 1st of July, as he's saying, 1st of July with our new round of funding, new grant funding, that
there will not be any. I can't answer that long more than you, unless you wanted to and grant them now out of your current budget, but then to do expenditure in the 27 financial year. You could allocate that funding now if you've got surplus to apply.
Question.
Yes.
Can we leave this application to lie on the table until July, meaning that they then don't have to go through the entire application process again? Because I think a lot of the cost of this is the time it takes to go through the application process, which puts further hindrance on them. And part of the reason for doing a 3-year application is probably to try and avoid some of that, and also just have some, future certainty.
I think. Yeah. Sorry, James, you can speak next.
Yes, so I was just thinking of the timeline. The event hasn't even happened. It's going to be
to the end of October
before we click into our new financial year. So if we were to leave it to on the table until, say, September, you wouldn't have even got too late. Okay, when do you need it by? July? July board meeting. Because then they'd have that certainty, but it's only a couple of months away. Because I'm not happy, we haven't got an annual plan.
So it's no.
So they can't allocate next year.
It's a bit of a chicken and egg situation. So I actually, this is of course pending a project report following this one we're going to grant for this October. So we can do it pending the project report from October 2026. But as Councillor Court has pointed out, the timelines of the funding, our funding and the annual plan, I don't think are right. Am I correct?
So you did have an alternate solution here. That's finally but the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board could approve the sum of $10,000 to be paid from the board's community grant fund to Jackman Entertainment Limited for cost towards Saver 2027 from the 25-26 financial year, because you've got funds there.
Then that could leave another organisation short.
No, if you look at our balance, we have 31,260. Sorry, interrupting you, Councillor Thornton. That actually is our budget with 1 year taken out, Catherine, or all 3? I haven't done the maths. I'm looking at the 31,000.
Which 30? That's this year only.
Total application.
Executive summary, is that just up until the 30th of June?
Applications requesting
31,000. 616.
No, it's
You at the moment you have 72,673, slightly less now that you've done some grants today, remaining up until the 30th of June 2026 this year.
So plus to date is 15.
Give me a second, I'll give you the
20.
Didn't crash in their fees.
So we still have substantial funds with 3 months left.
including 15 for that's why we've done about 28-29.
Yeah, okay. So we would still have 14.
That's too much. Yeah, 40. Yeah.
That's the only other way that to do that. And in saying that, I'm suggesting that if that is the way the board should proceed, then we would remove the final sentence, subject to receiving the project report. So we would get one.
Yeah, we would.
We wouldn't be able to get one.
The wording is incorrect there anyway. It's not.
I'm just not sure.
Yeah,
corporate services would account for that, which is what I think.
I think the other thing, July would work with the other things too. We're looking at 15,375 of the 20,000.
Yeah, I think we
to go
that much would make.
What, twice? Those two?
No, nah.
The 28 only with the
If we did another 15, it would be 3.
Is it possible from a process perspective to allocate $10,000 and invite them to come back for it, and we're more than, that would give them the commitment of ongoing funding.
Yeah.
So they can say, we've got funding for the next.
It's the requirement of the seed funding to get those big sponsors on board.
That's right, but we don't say how much.
You do. So this is an additional $10,000 today, be invoiced and paid out in the current financial year. But your resolution is that money cannot be expensed other than for the Saver 2027. You could certainly do it that way.
But we wouldn't give them 15,000. We'd only give them 10.
I'll leave you to your.
That would then be
that's fair trade.
That would be the discussion. Yeah. Or do we wait till July and then sort of?
Well, then it's much easier to give them 50 because then we know we've got a full year.
Thank you, Councillor. It raises another question and query, which again comes up in the funding discussion, is that year after year we are cautious and short on money, and we could spend it all within 6 months and say to council, our community grant fund is not enough. But we don't do that. We often give small amounts to smaller events or groups that are less likely to succeed because we don't fund them enough upfront, and therefore council always says you don't need any more. And I have to sit around that table for long-term plan discussions and pride of place fund, it's a nice to have, need that $100,000, take it out, 0.01% increase in the rates. So I put that on the table for you to consider that what is wrong with us spending all our money. If you cast your minds back to June, every triennium, we are looking at what we can prioritise to spend the last of our money on. We should not be doing that. We should not be doing that. We should be saying to council, we have no money. And those applicants for that last month to come back to us in the first of June.
Yeah.
So I put that argument on the table for you to consider when you're talking $10,000 of what will that other $5,000?
So you're suggesting that we stick with the $15,000 for the second one and do it all now?
I'm suggesting that you consider that so that the applicant has the assurance of a reasonable amount of seed funding to go forward to get these big sponsors so that we don't have to continue to.
Through the chair, given what we've chatted about, and that this is a bit of a unique application,
it is.
Would there be any opportunity for us to open the floor again to the applicant who are still here, just to get a bit of a perspective from them? Or is that not going to be?
Definitely, it's going to help in decision making because I'm feeling we give and we pull back, and the aim is to get behind. This is particularly unique because it's regional. We don't normally get regional. We would normally decline things outside our district.
Our district gets the bulk. Our ward gets the bulk of the minute.
Yeah, we've got the infrastructure, so we get all the events.
I just don't want to make a decision that we think is best for the applicants without at least hearing a little bit of perspective from them around what they actually might be easiest and best for them.
So I'm just going to. I won't suspend standing orders. I'll just ask you briefly to come forward and please, Leslie, sorry, because then Jackie, but we'd rather do this now.
Yeah.
So Tyler, you asked the questions that you would like to.
I guess, look, you've heard what we've talked about, right? There's a few options that potentially are open to us. Let's hear a little bit maybe more around what is the advantage to doing the funding in advance? What would be the disadvantage to us potentially having to push that decision back to our July meeting if at all? Or, in these options, what is going to suit you guys best and why, please?
I think the thing for us is when we're looking long term. So strategies has been we're doing it year by year. To get this momentum. So we're now in a position, we've got Air New Zealand. So that's a 3-year deal, signed, sealed. What we're doing is we're going to every sponsor and saying, can we enter into a 3-year certainty, security, so that we keep this momentum? So for us to have the funds at this early stage that gives us certainty of the things that we're doing in the sort of regional planning stage and to build 2026 into 2027 and 2028.
So hence your request. Hence your request for the 3 using our policy for the triennium, because Air New Zealand has locked the work for 3 years. So you can say you have 3 years funding here and you can use that and build on that.
Absolutely. Right. And some of the other sponsors, the industry sponsors as well.
Have gone through the years.
Yes, we absolutely yes for them. So
we have a difficult problem with the
We do.
Yes,
totally understand. Consider assisting for that second year, as we discussed. Then that gives a bit more assurance for you and for your existing sponsors, and to be able to go out to other sponsors.
That's the key thing.
You get a big one and don't have to come back.
We want to stand here and say, when we come in to do our report, say we'd love to say we have secured MasterCard or whoever, and know that this funding that we've got from them has been so important over the last couple of years and will remain that way. And as you said, we are the ones that are promoting your behind us hugely, and on every collateral, everything that we do, because we know it matters.
With the other councils contributing, I guess as we all pulled together from a community board perspective, it's quite big coming out of the community, to have the community back in, because the others don't have the community boards like we do. So it's quite a whole different, and if our delegations increase the funding, they come with that. But
so we probably wish we'd had this conversation first at these community board meetings, because between you, you've opened up an avenue that has been closed in the previous 2 that we've done. Yes. Yeah. So there may have been a different conversation around the table that's a bit on tokens, I don't know.
They don't have the money to do it in the same financial year.
So
because they get things.
What would be the disadvantage of us pushing to July?
So to make the decision for year 2 funding. So I mean that it's not major big deal. I mean, how many? That's only
4 5 months.
Yeah, so it's not the end of the world, and it's great just
to have it. Yeah.
Like you said, I'm just like my head's going.
Yeah, so it's
we can go
less, and you have to go. Essentially,
we've got this. Yeah, so because I'm immediately thinking about the power of being able to go out and say, we've got this from the farmer, I've got this from both Islands, Whangaroa district, we've got, so we've got from Whangaroa. So
you've got to bring it back to the board, which could be a different composition and a whole different presentation. So there's a lot of issues.
And I know we have money.
We do.
What you were saying is we have money. We often don't spend all our money because we're cautious.
We do always spend it, but
But sometimes we are a bit.
We still have a significant placemaking front.
Yeah.
I've got used to it. I've got used to it.
Stay on subject.
I think we should. I think my personal view is we should put it in this year.
Okay, so Jane's leading that. Tyler?
And through the chair as a board, if you do that, that will leave you with just over 36,000 for the remaining 3 months of this triennium.
We'll have that
financial year.
We say now, but coming down. So that is moved. So to get the wording correct on this, sum of $15,379 plus GST applicable we pay from the community grant fund account to Jackman Entertainment for the cost towards, I want to get the same wording as the previous recommendation, cost towards 2027 saving fund.
25-26.
You can actually just leave out the financial year comment at this stage. Okay? Because it's coming from this year. If it's coming from another year, then you
don't need subject to receiving, because we won't have a project report.
Take that out.
So we can take that out too.
So you could actually, you've already passed the other resolutions, so don't worry about was just going to say you could just double it, but you're not going to do it.
I'd not like to keep them separate so that we know and we've got
So you can say we have got funding.
That's the
state. So would that suffice? Community grant to Jackman Entertainment for Foster's 2027 Saver Movement. Full stop.
Full stop.
Jane is mover. Are you happy with that?
I'm happy with that.
Tyler, seconder. Councillor Ford, do you have any further comments to add?
No, I stay out of funding applications. Just give me guidance.
Feature of that.
Value your guidance.
Yes.
You have to go and put it on and do cocoa. For July, maybe. Okay, I'm going to put that to the vote. Move Jane, second Tyler, who hasn't seconded? No, it need to be the first one.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Oh, they need to. Yes. So that's carried. There you are, ladies. We're going forward. We've tried some amazing sponsors.
I know you will.
Gosh, watch us go.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Really much. Thanks for your professionalism and a great presentation.
Thanks, Leslie.
Okay, so that finishes our funding application. So move on to item 8.1, going to 136. Sorry, I missed something.
No. That third resolution is for another year that they can't.
Sorry. G.
Can't do.
We can't do G, so we have to remove G.
But there is no more.
You can just leave it.
Yeah.
There was no move with no second, so.
So I'll just move that, we let that line. So you can't do G. Thanks, Jane. Who hasn't support? So that's good. So page 136. Stop. Okay, 123, sorry. Item 7.8, Chairperson and Members Report, that the Bay of Islands Whangaroa Community Board note that February 2026 member reports from Chairman Underwood, Deputy Chair Tyler Bamber, Member Jane Indall, Member Joe Alexander and Member Jane Walker. Move. Second. Jane, thank you. I'm delighted with the members' reports. Thank you all for those who have submitted. I will take mine as read. Any questions in there?
Issues.
I just want to take this opportunity to update us.
I was going to talk to you about the program, but I'm sitting there quickly realising that because these are contractual, I bid to do that in boards.
Okay, right. So if there's no questions on my report, we'll move on to Tyler. Ready for our meeting? Questions for Tyler?
It's moving.
And do I have a board? Surely that is a health and safety issue. We discussed this.
Yeah. And through the chair, it is proposed for renewals in the next 2 minutes. But again, that doesn't
solve the immediate
problem, address the immediate problem. Just understanding that we've tried to have certain facilities that has been pushed for facilities to structure, and structure has pushed it back. So there is a problem there, but I understand that the actual extent of the problem is clear until all of those departments does a site examination.
And the dancing on it.
They just have a relay. They put something anyway. They put bags around it so we
know nothing.
But yeah, I'll reread that.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Joy's not here, so we'll take as read. Dane? I said a question around tents on demand.
Yeah, it's quite a lot of tents, well, a few tents were erected in the corners, and I think it's.
So the when what was it? People say
just people.
Through the chair, there are rough sleepers currently within the kitty domain, and that mostly at the moment, given the weather and also the weekends, they are staying under the eaves of the John Butler Library. And in the mornings, you can see police in the gate with that group of people. So for the moment, in terms of a formal council position to go from there, the police presence in terms of how they responded to being supportive of that group, whilst also up in that group understand what is acceptable. It's a challenging situation for the council. It is public land, and then so the question is around what role does the council play here, and likewise, what role does the council play in terms of protecting private ownership rights, in which if this particular group of people has moved on, that problem could then be pushed on, not problem, but this matter could then be pushed on to private property.
It's like this rough sleeping stuff, but we have moved on. It doesn't solve the problem, it just moves it somewhere else. You know.
There's a growing problem around the whole area, and it's not another effort that someone can shelter under the roof. At the end of the day, that was a good to be able to solve it. So there were 232 reserves or something, but I'm kidding. So it's a matter of they will have a look at that. Maybe it's kind of thing to do with the board to look at we did a problem at William's house at the library and the end up with the sleeping in the same thing, just the protection to the
I think being involved with groups that deal with the unhoused, there is a small hardcore element that will always choose that rather than going into formal housing. But we also do find that the numbers drop significantly over the colder months. You get a lot of younger ones who might have fights with families right before summer, and they'll go and sleep rough rather than go home. But when it gets to winter and it's get colder, they'll go home again. It's not ideal.
If it required, because the police don't have anywhere to move them all to, so perhaps we could, discuss that in our workshops someday too, as to how we're looking at
what assets could be potentially deployed to, like tourism. And then connecting with the community groups who do provide that service, but might need to be teamed up with some facilities to make it all happen.
Instead of saying, no, you can't be here, we need to have an intuition as to when
Is when you can
be. And connect.
Anything else? Jane? Did you see you crossing those REDs as well?
Oh, yeah. The tree came down yesterday, or it didn't have to, but actually been done.
Which one was that?
The one which landed on somebody's car on New Year's Eve.
Oh.
It's been 3 months. It's now scheduled to actually go to.
We do have a few. I think you take the chocolate fish for the oldest unresolved RFSs, and we can beat them by country mile.
Well, I don't know what's going on with this one. See if they have a look at it, see if they're still resolved. Let me stop.
Any questions for Jane? Right, so we'll put that to the vote. Moved myself, seconded by Jane. All those in support? Against? Carried. Go to our resolution report. We get Bay Islands Whangaroa Community Board receive the Bay Islands Whangaroa Community Board open resolution report. Jane, support? Jane?
Good to see some things on it.
Yes. Just quickly go through these one by one. If we now remove that, appointed Tyler and Joe. Happy if we remove that from there?
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, nothing has happened, but I'm sure it will in due course.
Yes, I just don't know that we need to keep it on there as an action now that
it's been.
It'll go to the
the next one too.
I've got remove. Yeah, I've got remove on the next one as well. Now, what was that one? The alcohol control.
Clearance.
Yes, we dealt with that. So that could come off as well. That was the one excluding OPA. Next one, community domain proposal to establish the advisory group. I'll leave that there because that's actually in progress. Now the next one, Steve and I had a little bit of success in locating the form for the request for delegation. It was created in 2021-22 as a result of the, it came out of council of the community, we had a UK cultural group as to community leaders to work members. This is something that came out of that, is how we progress requests for further delegations to the community board. And the form was actually in a process, which I've found given to Stephen. That's the form. So we can actually use the resolution in D on the open resolution sheet, which was moved by Anne and seconded by myself, to further to apply and get a decision report for council, which will go to council for a decision on our request to Zillow. There's actually a little line of boxes there with processes that are identified. Right. And also I found an email which clearly states that there are no financial implications that would be applicable to the inclusion of the Kitty domain as it is rated as a ward asset. Through the Reserves Act, though, the Kitty domain is classified as a significant reserve, which may have some impact, but that can be considered as part of the report to council. So I'm happy that we move on with that, and Stephen and I will fill out that form and get it, put it to council so that a report will come. So goodness knows how long that will take. But we have the direction there from our resolution sheets. I'm pretty sure we can use that to move. So I'm going to leave that there in the meantime, but that's just updating you that if you dig deep enough, you can stuff. What construction plan? That could probably be one way to start. Established elected member working group. I think that needs to come up.
The one infrastructure plan was being incorporated into the category.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think
And they're not even.
Okay, so that can be removed.
Yeah.
Next one.
Can that just be removed as well?
I think so. I think so because that's the request to look for additional information.
And we're sort of looking for something slightly different now.
Advisory group, yes, I think those two are covered in there. Okay, so that can be removed as well. Jane, the Strand, Catholic Child, you want to do a bit of X, or thank you. Update on that. And Simpson Park can stay there, it's in progress. Information of the previous minutes, that can be removed. Doing great here, guys. Both sites for replacement, motorhome caravan dump station, actions. We'll leave that one here. There.
I've now established, Madam Chair, that it costs $10 to use one of the campgrounds. $10. Yeah, I did. I found somebody that was in a motor camp, which was complaining that there's nowhere to go. They had to use the campground because they're charging $10. She said $5 I wouldn't mind. I could live with that, but $10 is too much.
So when you think a lot of them, it's not just emptying more grey water waste, it's actually washing it out, often with town supply or treated water, and then filling your water tank again. So it's not just emptying the sewage, it's water and wastewater as well. And not staying in the facility and wanting.
They charge $10 for it. So I've checked that with the most caravan, and she said, we are really poorly supplied with partners. She said everywhere else we go, there are lots of facilities, but there's literally nothing up here. There's nothing on the Russell Peninsula. We've got them with.
You know that the factory is there.
She's got a little caravan now, so that's where she's going.
I think it's hard to believe that the rural is so rural that the rural areas of our New Zealand are happy for any man and his dog to dump, because they only have a certain holding capacity and it's going to cost them to pump there. It's going to be more expensive to empty. So there has to be, and I would probably query that $10 is not too much, based on the fact that, it's environmental stuff.
But they don't see it like that. So there's maybe an education job that needs to be done.
Okay, $10, that's interesting.
Yeah, so I thought I'd ask.
Okay. Thanks for that, Jane. On a fair repeat that. So, staff member Axie will got the update that we're now dealing with Tammy as a different team. Roger has gone on to work with all of them. What's going on? So, on zero-based signage and the online meetings I've been having over that have not been with Tammy, so I might have to follow up on that one, so we'll leave that there.
Yeah, for the chair, Tammy has asked for me, so you'll know.
Excellent. Yeah, that's it. Anything else we need to do? Resolution report. Me myself, simple for game, I thought to the right, license support. It's scary. And with that, we will move into a couple of items here to address the public exclusion. So I will move that we go into PX to discuss confirmation of previous minutes, public excluded, and application for Memorial Park and existing park bench. Thank you. Thank you. Now we have moved out of PX and back into our meeting proper, and I will move that we release into public the recommendation that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board confirm the minutes of the public excluded meeting held on 17th December 2025. True and correct. That brings us to the end of our meeting, our business for today. Thank you to all of those listening who have joined us today. It was sweet, miserable day. It's probably a good day to be listening to this, actually. And with that, I will ask Member Jane Hindle to close on.
Mea noita. Kia tau, kia tanto katoa. O te atapai o tātou ariki a heihi kaike. Me te aroha atu atu. Pena pepe na tai. Te wairua tai. Ake, ake. Amen.
Good time.